Good evening. Welcome. Election night 2020. Yes, and I'm your host, BKP, FYN Election Night 2020. And we're here. Want to thank, first of all, we'll start out. We want to thank Circuit World here in East LJ for providing this big, really big set tonight. I'll be your host for the next 4 hours, BKP. I'll be with you for the next 4 hours. We have a great panel set up. We have Ethan Underwood, Richie Stone, Rick Glucker, Joeen Doplanke. We have Reese Sanford and Bruce Conti. They'll be in on several segments tonight. We have the big screens, 1, 2, 3, 4 big screens. There's going to be a lot of interactive things happening tonight. This is election results, but it's election coverage. So many of the pundits out there are saying that we won't get the results for days on end. I don't know. We'll ask our panel, will this be called tonight? Will Donald Trump get a second term? Will the American people say yes to a second term? Will it happen tonight, or will they pick Joe Biden? Or will it come down to the Supreme Court? You have heard this over and over for days on end, and now it's time to talk about it. First of all, each and every one of you, I want to thank you. We'll take just a second here. We have Lonnie Adams as our floor director tonight, Michael Malden, Emily Nicholson, sorry about that, Emily Nicholson, Michael Malden. They are our directors and producers over here on the table. If we can get a quick shot over there to show them working hard. He said no, he doesn't want to be on the screen. But this is one of the biggest things we have tonight for you. We will be doing live breaking news all over the country, right here in Georgia. What polls are still open? If it's happening, these three ladies over here, Natalie Kissel, if we can get a shot over here at our table, the breaking news decision desk, Natalie Kissel and Lauren Souther and Tiffany Morgan. I'll get everybody here together in just a minute. There they are over on the table. They are looking at all of the results. We're not going to call some races. We have the Washington Post not calling races. The New York Times are already calling races, and the Fox News. So we're gonna take our time, try to get it right before we make some of these calls. We're going to have several candidates call in tonight. Now let's go over a couple things. Let me show you some of the things we have for you tonight. Let's go now. Don't we have, Lauren, a couple polls? Let's start with that. Here in Georgia, do we not have a couple polls that are going to remain open in Georgia, extended hours? Could you give those to us?
Yes, we have a few polls that were open until 7:30 or 7:40. Fannin was open until 7:30. Houston was open until 7:40, and Spalding will be open until 9 p.m. tonight.
9 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, let's go with our presidential interactive map, Tiffany. Let's show the folks at home what we will have here. This is the interactive map. Now, we hear that there's already been some races called. We hear Vermont, right? You guys can clarify this with me. We have Vermont is already in for Biden as the decision has been made. Virginia, they're already calling Virginia. Is that what they're doing? They're calling Virginia already? Can you tell us who's called that so far, or get it for us, who is making that decision to call that?
New York Times called Virginia, and Fox News has called it as well.
So Fox and New York Times has called Virginia for Biden already.
Yes.
West Virginia, we're shocked by that, right? We're shocked by that. In a minute, we're going to go and get the percentages on these. Kentucky has already been called for Trump. Indiana, Mike Pence's home there, called. Oklahoma, we're not shocked by that. So this early in the night, 31 Trump, 16. So do you have something?
I do have some more races that were just called.
What do you have?
New York Times called Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama, and South Carolina for Trump.
Okay, so let's go to that. South Carolina, let's go ahead and fill in South Carolina here for Trump. Which other one? Mississippi?
Mississippi.
All right, Mississippi. Which, Tennessee?
Yes.
So
Alabama as well.
Alabama. And those have been called by the New York Times?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so folks, Trump starts out at 66, but no surprises here, right? Anybody see any surprises here? What about Virginia? Anybody want to get in on that? Are you a little shocked that Virginia's called this early?
Not at all.
Not at all?
No, not at all. I think the influx of people from the north and the outflow of the Bible, the Beltway people moving to Virginia has turned that state deep blue. They started to turn purple years ago, and I don't know why anybody would be shocked by that if they follow where the people in D.C. live. You'll see during the times of the Bushes,
Right.
it was turning purple.
And when it was turning purple then, I do know during the Obama administration, those 8 years, government jobs exploded in that, is it Manassas County and Alexandria and stuff like that?
Fairfax,
and
up that way.
Fairfax and all that area. So, Richie, you got a quick comment on anything you've seen
Sure.
so far?
Well, on the Virginia point, no surprise that it goes to the Democrats and Joe Biden, but to me the surprise is how early it came as opposed to 2016, because we had a lot of that southwestern, southern Virginia rural vote and even northwestern Virginia very, very strong for Donald Trump. But I think the difference this year is the early vote and the mail-in votes that they were able to bank early is what gave Biden such a lead to where it's almost the results are almost coming in reverse as they did in 2016.
Reverse. So what you're saying here for those at home is even in Georgia, and I don't know the exact day, but Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger gave about 2 weeks that they could start scanning in the mail-in ballots. Is that correct? Is that right, Ethan?
Yes,
They could start scanning them in. So what you're saying, Richie, is in Virginia is that is up front. That vote is up front, and that may be the reason we see it so quickly.
Yeah, because in 2016, Trump was like 60-40 early on, and then they slowly started getting that Washington, D.C. metropolitan area vote in, which you're right, grew extraordinarily during the Obama years. It's actually one of the, if not the wealthiest area in the country now.
Yes.
And the only economic driver there is the government.
Government.
Imagine that. And yeah, so it looks like it's in reverse as I'm looking at. I'm looking at Virginia right now. It was 60-40 Biden, and now it's gone down a little bit. Actually,
It'll continue to
Trump
go
actually
down
just took the lead.
as the southwestern
Virginia?
comes in. But
See that?
it used to be.
What are you looking at? I mean, what are you looking at, Richie?
New York Times, Trump, it just completely flipped to where Trump is now up 58-39. But
Can you go to that interactive screen, Tiffany, on the
in
election?
Virginia, but
Scan over Virginia for us there real quick. Trump up 59-38, but they've already called it for Biden. Now, I don't know the variables there, Richie, and we don't have those here on what may be their indicators of why they're calling that so quickly. I'm not for sure.
Well, they typically get the votes also coming in from the rural counties much faster than they get the urban counties. But I mean, let's be honest. Virginia's turned into Illinois. You got rural areas of conservative folks, and it surrounds a very, very liberal central core where most of the population lives. So
In fact-
Virginia now, as has been said earlier, it's unfortunately flipped blue, and we've got a lot of work to try to get it back to the Republicans.
What say you, Join?
Well, I'm just saying that Virginia used to just be Arlington and Alexandria. It now goes all the way to Richmond.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
they have
Norfolk.
They have commuter trains. All right, that the people that work in D.C. It is all blue now, and the richest counties. There's 3 of the richest top 10 counties in the United States are right there in Northern Virginia.
Let me move to something else. Now, this is going to be a moving program for the next 4 hours because as things come in, that will change the direction we go in and what we're discussing. So obviously, let's go back to that national map, Tiffany, real quick. South Carolina's in very quickly. This is something I want to watch because we're looking at the Senate. Go to the file for the South Carolina Senate race, the one file. Pull up South Carolina, right there on the bottom corner there. Okay, guys, what does that tell you about this race? Richie, what do you guys say about this race? Because South Carolina's already called for Trump. Jamie Harrison, did he raise more money than any other senatorial candidate? Or?
The money was unbelievable. The amount
Right?
of money.
Yeah, it was over $50 million,
Exactly.
which is unreal for. He's of course Jamie Harrison's the former state party chairman of the Democratic Party in South
Right.
Carolina. He ran for chairman of the DNC just after the 2016 election. He's well known within Democratic circles. He's young. He's a great organizer, but as far as, and I have a lot of ties in South Carolina, a lot of folks on the ground. I don't know anyone that believes that it's going to happen.
So this one right here, they went after Lindsey Graham primarily for a couple reasons, but recently Amy Coney Barrett, the Supreme Court justice, but they have really gone after Lindsey Graham. And they haven't forgotten that day that Lindsey Graham had that moment. Is everybody catching on to which one it was? In the Brett Kavanaugh hearing?
Yes.
And Lindsey Graham, they came back and he just finally said, I've had it. And that was a moment, right? That was a moment when we all looked up at each other and said,
Who was that?
wait, we said, who is that?
I mean,
But we also
it's
said, do we like Lindsey Graham? So anyhow, what I wanted to get to before we go to our first break, I think this one is going to be safe in the Senate side. Do you agree?
Well, the down ballot would
yes,
dictate that.
with South Carolina coming in so fast. Let's go to two races. We got 4 minutes that we'll talk about, and we're going to take a 3-minute break, folks. While we're on break, we're going to get breaking news. We're going to see if there's any other polls that have closed, any other races been called in the presidential race. We're going to get into the Senate, House of Representatives, and give you some of our guests that will be calling in later tonight. Go ahead, Richie.
President Trump has retaken the lead in Florida with 87% of
Pull that one up, the
votes.
national map.
He is now at 50% exactly.
Pull the interactive one you had. Go to Florida and scan over that.
I'd
So you
love to
got
know
50.
I'd love to know what counties those are in Florida, because that would tell a big, huge tale.
If Florida comes in, if Miami-Dade and the Orlando, that Route 4 or that Interstate 4 belt, if he gets the vote count he needs out of there, the Panhandle will take it over the top 4.
Florida's going to come in very quickly
Right.
tonight.
Right. It looks like Palm Beach is at 89%. Broward is over 98%.
Wow.
And Miami-Dade 86%. And it looks,
I heard today that Florida is coming in large for Trump in the areas he needs. Let me do two things. We got 3 minutes.
Panhandle's barely coming in.
Pull
so far.
up, and this is one we're going to watch close tonight, folks. And I want to get some data. Pull up the special Senate seat here in Georgia. Doug Collins. Pull up the Doug Collins race up here. Yeah, no, not that. Over here, special election. Georgia special election. Over here. You're almost on it. 2 more over. 1, there you go. Got it there. Okay, so really quick, we'll talk about this when we get back. We'll see what breaking news tonight. We got 2 minutes. We have Senator Kelly Loeffler, which was appointed by Governor Brian Kemp. Okay. Doug Collins, the current representative here until the end of the year. Reverend Raphael Warnock, the Democrat, and, we put him up on the screen because he could be Warnock's spoiler in a way, all right? But this is Matt Lieberman, Joe Lieberman's son. These 4 tonight is going to be a runoff. So if you went to the poll, have you had anybody call you and say, I went to vote and there's 21 candidates, right? And all along you were trying to tell them. Anybody have that happen to you?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people, even those of us who are political junkies, we were shocked how many people were on that ballot, just because there's lots of folks who've thrown their hat in the ring. But interestingly, if this race had occurred 4 months ago, I would have told you that Doug Collins would have run away with tonight's election. But in 4 months, we're seeing Loeffler has closed that gap considerably, and it's going to be a toss-up between those two.
Going to be a toss-up, but the top 2 go to a runoff. What do you see here, Rick? And we'll get more into it in a little bit.
Well, there's no question that all the money came in for Warnock. I mean, someone that is running the church does not have $16 million in his pocket like Kelly Loeffler does. Kelly Loeffler threw it in the last 4 months, and that's
It's been effective.
that's how she closed it.
Okay, we have to take a quick break. We're going to take a 3-minute break. We're going to go to our decision desk. Okay, we're back, folks. I'm your host, BKP, and you're watching Election Night FYN 2020. We're now joining us on the couch, Reese Sanford. We still have Rick Gluckert with us, Richie Stone, and Ethan Underwood. We have some calls that during the break, national results during the break, and then Richie's going to look at some things in Florida I want to go back to. Let's go to our national map because I think we're ready to call some. Are we not?
Yes, we are.
Okay, which ones are we ready to call?
Ready to call a few for Joe Biden. Illinois.
Illinois?
Yes.
No surprises there.
Maryland.
No surprises there.
New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Delaware.
Down there. Is that, and there's New Jersey. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Connecticut.
Connecticut, no surprises there.
Massachusetts.
All right.
And Rhode Island.
All right. Any surprises, folks? Anybody want to go first?
You know, the excuse me. A lot of the networks, and this is just how they work. A lot of the networks, these are all a given. You know, for instance, they would start Trump at 125 votes, and they would start Biden at 212 votes. So as these states fill in early, what that's going to do is that's going to populate the 125 votes on the Trump side and the 212 votes. It's where they get to those after the 125 and the 212, which is going to be where the rubber meets the road, and we're going to see a lot of separation. That's going to be where those are going to be the critical calls.
Any surprises here, Reese, or any?
No, Brian, I'm not surprised by any of these results. It's hard to be the Republican candidate. The Democrats, they're going to start with New England, New York, and the left coast in their bank immediately, and we've seen that so far, but we know that there's some states coming to Trump soon.
Okay, let's go to the interactive map on this, and let's scroll over some of those states to see what the numbers are. Let's scroll over Pennsylvania to see what they're saying right now. 3% reporting just coming in. Obviously, 81-17. These are probably some early votes, ballots that come in. Ohio, scroll over Ohio. Right now, 45% reporting, 55-43. Nothing big there to see. Let's scroll over North Carolina down there, see what it's looking like down there. And we have 1% in, and Donald Trump up 66-31. Let's scroll over Georgia, see what's coming in Georgia right now. 56-43 Trump. And let's scroll over Florida. Can you give us some insight of what you're seeing there, Richie, on Florida?
Sure. We
have 77 reporting. Donald Trump's up 51.1. Are we over to the Panhandle yet? Because the Panhandle hasn't closed. Is it Panhandle closed?
They're an hour behind.
Yeah, those are the only counties not reporting. We have two counties, Holmes, Calhoun, and Washington. Calhoun's actually one of my bellwethers. It's a smaller county that Trump did very well in 2016 that I'm really looking to see how the turnout is there, because the turnout's really high there outside of Tallahassee, kind of in that corner of southwest Georgia and southeastern Alabama. I'm looking to see the total numbers in these counties. But yeah, Trump looks like he has a comfortable lead.
I think he's polling. I think he's doing very well, overperforming in Florida. Do we have anything in Georgia? Polls closures? Are they all closing? Or do we have any updates anywhere? Have we found anything across the country as far as anything going on with the elections? Anything happening anywhere? Any voter suppression? Obviously.
I haven't found anything yet.
Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Something in Georgia, just of note, President Trump currently has 476,000 votes, and David Perdue is actually running ahead of the president. By about 1,000 votes, Ethan?
That's right.
So that may tell us more about John Ossoff than anything.
And where are you getting that? Because I want to go to that. Are you getting
the Secretary of State's website?
Secretary of State. Can you pull that up? Not that up there. Can you go to the the Georgia Senate race, and let's get an update on that one? No, not that one. That's the special race. The other one. There's a second Georgia race in there. In the cards. No, that's Georgia 6. Right here. Right down there, Georgia. No, that's the 7th district. Right there. You got it. You got it right there. Okay. So we have David Perdue, Shane Hazel, and John Ossoff. Can you tell us what the Secretary of State website says with these three right now?
Percentage-wise?
Yes.
Sure. David Perdue's at 56, Ossoff's at 41, and Hazel's at 1.96.
1.96, and what percent is in?
16 of 59 counties, 159 counties reporting.
So only 16 counties
Yes.
reporting so far. It's going to be a long night on this one. Anybody have predictions on this one right here? Let's keep this up and talk about it for a minute. Let's talk about this race. I said earlier before we came on the air, Ossoff ran some pretty good ads. Okay, he ran some pretty good ads, whoever built the ads. I've always said in politics, if you're explaining, you're losing. You got to be careful getting on that explaining, that defense side. Ossoff did force Senator Perdue to do some ads explaining his stock trades, basically saying, it's not true, but he had to answer that. What say you tonight on this race? How do you see this coming down tonight?
Sure. So, Brian, you're right. Mr. Ossoff, he did do some great campaigns. I think we all know that coronavirus is on the minds of many Americans and many Georgians. And Ossoff attacked Senator Perdue for that. He attacked him in a number of ways, whether it was the stock trades or the initial response, and that forced Perdue to respond. I feel like Senator Perdue's ran a fantastic campaign, and he's responded well, but Ossoff has ran a good campaign as well. Shane Hazel, he was polling around 4% the last I saw. That could potentially be a spoiler. But so far, the early returns are looking good, and I'm feeling pretty confident for Perdue with the early results.
What say you on this race, Rick?
Well, Warnock, as of
Not Warnock. I'm talking about the. I'm talking about the Perdue race.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Come back to me. I'll get that.
All right. What say you, Ethan, on this race here?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say I think we're going to end up in a runoff on this one. I think Shane Hazel will take enough votes away from both candidates that neither's going to get to the 50% plus one, and we're going to be doing this again through December.
Well, I think a runoff is January 6th.
Okay.
Is my understanding, or 5th is it January 5th? I know that. So you think this one could come down to a runoff?
Absolutely. Again, polls are polls, right? So they don't tell the whole story, but thus far, neither one of the candidates are hitting over 50%. And from a libertarian candidate, we typically get 2.5 to 3.5%. Because of that, and because this is such a squeaker, I think we're going to end up in a runoff between Ossoff and Senator Perdue.
Do you think that Trump was in Rome, Georgia, just a couple days ago? Not so much for him, but for the entire ticket in Georgia? Do you think that? I mean, I feel good with Trump winning Georgia tonight. Now, I mean, obviously it's a long night, but do you think?
Let me put it this way: he has to win Georgia.
Right.
There is no question in my mind that he has to win Georgia because he doesn't have very many pathways if he doesn't.
But do you think the other night in Rome there was the other night in Rome he said Karen Handel. We're going to bring that up, the 6th district in the House, because here in Georgia, where we're coming from, folks, we have the top races. I think in the United States, people are watching. Georgia's 7th district. We'll bring that one up in a minute with Rich McCormick, and is it Carolyn Bordeaux? Is
Correct.
That,
That's
all right. And do you have something else?
I was going to say in Georgia 6th, Lucy McBath is well ahead at the moment.
At the moment,
Yes.
Georgia 6th, I just got from the desk that Lucy McBath is well ahead, but we'll look at what's in. But we have those two races, Karen Handel, Lucy McBath, Rich McCormick, and Woodall only won by, 500 votes last time?
About 700.
Is it about 700
Correct.
votes? Yeah.
It was super tight.
It was the tightest race, and the Democrats think they could flip that one in Georgia. But the other night in Rome, Trump brought up Karen Handel this time, Rich McCormick, David Perdue, Kelly Loeffler, Doug Collins. I mean, he really did some party cheering the other night.
I think
in
that
Rome.
was a get out the vote.
Yes.
More
Get
than
out
it
the
was
vote. Exactly.
come vote for me.
Right. What say you, Bruce?
I absolutely agree.
Would everybody
Brian.
on the panel agree that we're able to figure out whether there's going to be a runoff a little bit more accurately when Fulton County comes in?
Well, that'll be
What
tomorrow.
else is next?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's going to be the bellwether.
Yeah.
I mean, if Fulton County comes in over the top for Ossoff, and Perdue gets hammered, there's going to be a runoff.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, go ahead.
Brian, I absolutely agree with your assessment that the Rome trip was a get-out-the-vote trip for the whole slate of candidates in Georgia. It very well could be these two Senate races in the state of Georgia that determine the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. And we all know how key that will be.
Let me go there since you brought that up. Bring up the interactive map on the Georgia Senate. Senate, there you go. I think it's over here. The next one next to President. There you go. Okay. Where do we have the current map? Go to current Senate, 116th. Right now we're at 53, guys. You just brought this up, Reese, a very good point we want to get into. Right now Republicans hold 53, Democrats hold 45, 2 independents that caucus with the Democrats. Bernie Sanders and who else? This is your test. Who's your second independent?
Angus Scott? Angus King?
From Maine.
Got it. There you go. Both of you get half a point. But anyhow, you got two independents at caucus, so we got a 53-47. Democrats want to flip the Senate tonight. They really do. They think they have a chance. And where you were going, what if, the big what if, and they're talking about it around the country, if the Senate hinges tonight on Republican control in Georgia with 2 Senate seats, with 2 runoffs, I mean, that's why all eyes are on Georgia across the country, and we have a lot of great races right here in Insight that we're talking. Go ahead, Richie.
We thought we were done campaigning after tonight, right?
No, we're not. No.
No, that'll be. You want to talk about some money coming in?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Money and all of the attention of the entire country. I think with obviously Doug Jones is going to have a really tough time in Alabama tonight, and then I think Cory Gardner has an uphill climb in Colorado, so that might be a wash. And then from there,
go to the interactive map on that. This is what's up for grab, folks. Just for at home, the Senate, a third of the Senate is elected every 2 years. There's a third rotated every 2 years for 6-year terms. So these right here that are blanked out, there are no races tonight, all right, for the Senate. The rest of them on our interactive map, this is where they're leaning. They're pretty much determined. West Virginia, Tennessee, Georgia, as you can see, they're calling them toss-ups. There's 2 here, the special election, David Perdue, Iowa with Joni Ernst, Montana, up here, Susan Collins in Maine, North Carolina. I cannot believe North Carolina is blue after Cal Cunningham. Can you, Richie?
well, that's what I was just thinking to myself. Why that? I guess Tom Tillis facing.
Cunningham has raised a lot of money, Brian, in a race that.
Yeah, but he's living with his sister.
Yeah, that's Jeb
I
Bush.
mean, hey, just saying, man.
Money.
Right? I
It's
mean,
true.
the guy is living with
It's not
his
his
sister.
money.
So,
Right.
and we know why he's living with his sister. We're trying to keep this a family show tonight.
And I'm fascinated by this race in Michigan. I loved the president the other day.
Thank you.
Talking about Gary Peters, he said he'd never heard of Gary Peters.
We're going to go to break, and Richie, you're going to take us out on a good note. On the Senate map tonight, I want to see, and ladies, while we take a break, I want to get some numbers. I'm interested in Minnesota, and I'm interested in Michigan. You know, they're talking about flipping Georgia. They're talking about flipping Iowa, flipping South Carolina, which we feel good will go Lindsey Graham, and taking back the Senate. All right. But I'm looking at John James, and I forget the up here.
It's Steve Daines versus Steve Bullock, Brian. Steve Daines is the incumbent Republican senator, and he is running against Steve Bullock, who is the former governor of Montana.
That's
who
Montana.
Just was termed out.
So we're looking at Montana could flip, Minnesota, Michigan. We're going to get ready to take our break, take another break here. And when we come back, we're going to look at some more updates, some more calls. This is great. We're starting to really get this conversation going. I appreciate you guys. We're going to have candidates call in. We're expecting, it's going to be a late night if we're expecting House Speaker David Ralston to call in tonight. We're expecting State Senator Steve Gooch, the new, we haven't called it yet, but the new 9th Congressional District Congressman here in Georgia, Andrew Clyde, will be calling in tonight. Congressman Doug Collins, we're hoping he's going to be calling in tonight, and several others. So we got a lot more to do. We'll get into these Senate races, House of Representatives, and where the president stands on some updates on some states. We're going to take a brief break. We'll be back in 3. Hey folks, welcome back. Election night FYN 2020. I'm your host BKP. In this segment, Joanne DePlanky's back with us on the couch. We have Reese Sanford, Richie Stone, Bruce Conte, and we have over here on our breaking news desk and decision desk Natalie Kissel, Tiffany Morgan, and Lauren Souther. Now, we were talking right before the break. We're going to go to the presidential map. Do you have another call for the presidential map?
Yes, we do.
Okay, let's go. I'm going to stay seated here for a minute. Let's go to our presidential map. Over here, the big one, the interactive one. All right. And what do we have in?
We have Arkansas for Trump.
So Arkansas, we fill that in, 72-85. And these are the ones like Rick was saying earlier, between the 212 and 180 or whatever. These are going to just fill in, so nothing shocking in Arkansas. But let's go to the interactive map that you have for the national and scroll over Florida, Tiffany. And then Richie, can you pull that up? Because we're showing 88 on the 270 map. Website, we're showing 88% with Trump hanging on here. What are you showing, Richie, and who is it?
91% of the vote, and it looks like Trump is up 50%, 50.6 to 48.4.
So
Difference of about 200,000 votes, it looks like.
It looks like he's up about 200,000. What are we into the panhandle?
Let me zoom in here.
Because the panhandle will come in strong as it closes.
Panhandle looks like they're all 80s, 90s, upper 80s. Washington County is at 28%. Bay County, Panama City, 27%.
So we're still waiting for panhandle.
Some are in more than others, but then if you go down to Miami, 90%. Monroe County, which is a Republican.
What about around
West.
Orlando and Tampa?
If you look at the I-4 corridor, a lot of pink in the middle there, more so than I expected. It looks like it's a little closer. Obviously, Orange County and Osceola County, big leads for Biden. Then you go up to Seminole County where it's a little closer. Marion County, and then you start, as you move northward.
We should be within, what time is it now? We should be within, it's
41.
yeah, it's 8:41 there. We should be within about 9:30 a hearing. If we hear Florida by 9:30, this could be a repeat for Trump. I want to step out before we go into the races. Are the polls correct? Do you believe polls anymore?
I don't believe anything that comes out in the polls. I don't think that they poll the right people. I don't think they ask the right questions. I think they're biased in the gathering of the poll information. And they were so wrong in 2016, and I don't know, I think it's looking that they're just as wrong this time.
What about you, Bruce?
Well, to her point, though, I think the pollsters said they've adjusted their modeling, but they still seem to oversample Democrats, and to me, they give much more weight to independents than are really there. But could be a repeat of 16.
What happens tonight, Reese, if the polls collapse? Because the polls everywhere. I mean, we're sitting in a state tonight in Georgia that, polls show Biden up 2, and they show Biden with a chance in Texas and this and that. What say you on this whole entire industry of polling if tonight Trump prevails?
So, Brian, in my opinion, if he prevails in spite of the polling, 2 presidential cycles in a row, I think it's a total paradigm shift in how we project how elections will turn out. We saw the polls were wrong in 16. There's a possibility they'll be wrong tonight. And, I think pundits put a lot of weight on polls right now, but if you have 2 presidential elections in a row where the polls got it wrong, I think you have to reconsider how you analyze races.
Let's look at a couple Senate seats.
And I think Frank Luntz will be unemployed. You probably get him for $30K.
Frank, no. Frank Luntz, if he's waiting for a job at FYN, let's
I'd love to see the two of you mix it up. personally. I think that'd be great.
Let's stay focused, Richie. Let's stay focused tonight. Let's go back to our graphics. I want to go through Senate. Go to Alabama first, right over there at the top. We'll just go through these really quick. Alabama. You see anything here? What's your call on this, Bruce? What do you think tonight? Could you look up Alabama while we're at it, where Doug Jones and Tommy Tuberville stand? If you can just, anytime you chime in.
Well,
there,
Tommy ran a campaign almost like mirroring Joe's. I mean, he was like, absent without leave. So it'll be interesting to see if he pulls it up. I think there's some negatives working for Doug Jones, but it's going to be tighter than people think.
You think it'll be tighter? What say you?
Brian, for the first time in my life, I'll utter the words War Eagle. As you know, Tommy Tuberville's the former Auburn coach. I think he's going to win tonight. It's good for the Republican Party.
So it's a struggle for you to go War Eagle, right?
It's difficult.
That was tough.
I've never uttered it in my life, but I will say it if it means the GOP flips a Senate seat.
Okay, so you think Alabama will turn?
Yes,
It'll go red. This is one. Doug Jones, 2 years after Jeff Sessions. So this is a special election. Go ahead, Joe.
They almost reelected Roy Moore again with all of his baggage. Okay, they're gonna vote Republican.
All right, so
and that was a really strange, because remember Luther Strange had been appointed to the Senate and all of that happened. But I will say
that parallels. I mean, what did Yogi Berra said, Richie? That's like deja vu all over again. All over again.
Absolutely.
I think in Georgia we have something like that going on.
And I will say for Doug Jones, his campaign is run by Charlie Trippy, who made a major effort to re-engage the Democratic Party, not go so far left. Something obviously you have to do in Alabama, but he's a very outspoken about the future of the Democratic Party not being radical left. I don't know that approach is going to help him tonight, though, in Alabama.
Okay, you got any numbers on that Alabama race?
Yes, I do.
What do you got?
With less than 1% in, I have 54.8% for Doug Jones and 45.2% for Tommy Tuberville.
But it's just coming in because Alabama is an hour behind, and I think the polls are just closing. Let's go to the next one right over from that. We'll go one right after the other. Arizona, this is one. Am I correct? I'm just doing this by memory. Is Mark Kelly not Gabby Gifford's husband? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and he is an astronaut. And here's another one. He's a Democrat, and he's running against Martha McSally, which actually lost the last Senate race in Arizona, but then was appointed to fill John McCain's seat. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
A little confusing.
John Kyle in between.
But she's a military pilot also. I mean,
she's a military pilot also. He's an astronaut. She is trying to get not reelected, elected for the first time. Am I correct, Reese?
Yes.
You're correct.
What say you on this one? This one here, Trump needs Arizona, and I think if Trump could pull Arizona, he may be able to pull his Senate candidate with him. But what do you think, Reese?
Arizona concerns me, Brian. The demographics of that state are changing. There's a lot of indicators that they're becoming a purple state. You were seeing a lot of migration out of California into the suburbs of the Sun Belt, the suburbs of Arizona. I think it's going to be very close. Kelly has been polling consistently well. It's just going to be one of those races that comes down to the turnout in the suburbs versus the turnout in the rural areas. And it reminds me a lot of like Georgia, except I think they're a little more purple than we're becoming. Their state legislature might flip this cycle. So it's a state experiencing a lot of change.
Is Phoenix Maricopa County?
Yes.
Is that Maricopa? And I've heard, I don't know, I don't have this on in any notes, but I've heard that you really can't win without that county.
Correct.
That's pretty tough to win. What say you on this race? You have a feeling on this one?
Well, in recent weeks, I mean, Kelly was way ahead by probably 10 points, and he's now only ahead by like 4. So, I mean, she's gaining.
Mm-hmm.
So tonight, if Trump can pull this out, he might be able to pull his Senate. But this could be a loss for the Republicans. Let's go to the next Senate one right here. Colorado Senate race, John Hickenlooper. Now, Hickenlooper is the former governor, correct, of Colorado?
And he ran for president.
And Corey Gardner. But Colorado I don't think we can call it purple anymore. It's really turned into a blue state, is it not?
It's an all mail-in state too.
All mail-in. Gardner has had to distance himself. Whether I agree with it or not, he's had to distance himself from the president, and he's had to go the opposite direction on a couple things to try to stay in favor here with the voters of Colorado. Would you not agree, Joanne?
Yes. I mean, it's really hard when you have to, when you're running as a party that the incumbent president is, and you have to distance yourself from them. I mean, you know, Trump's there trying to win the state, and you're trying to say, well, I support him, but I don't agree with him.
Well, here's another one. Here is another one that the Democrats think they're going to turn. Do they not, Bruce? How do you feel about this one?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough night for Corey. I don't think he has much chance against Hickenlooper.
I think it's going to be neck and neck. You want a final word on this one? Richie, what do you got? You got something?
In Florida exit polls, 42% said they were better off today than 4 years ago. Only 20% said they were worse off. 3 out of 4 in that better off group went for Trump. So that's an interesting point. And then another thing here on this New York Times feed, they seem really excited about Biden's performance in the suburbs of Texas. And one last note, Biden is outperforming her numbers, Hillary's numbers in Houston and Dallas. But to win the state, he probably needs to exceed 2016 by more than he is doing right now. That's from Reed Epstein of the New York Times.
Let's go to another Senate race before we close here. No, let's go past this one. We'll come back. This is a Georgia House district. Let's go with this one. Stay with that one for a minute. We'll go through that. Georgia's 6th Congressional District. Karen Handel won in a special election. John Ossoff. and we are still, this is the most expensive to date, the most expensive House seat race to date. John Ossoff, Karen Handel, she pulled out a squeaker. She won that as, who was the HHS Secretary? Price?
Tom Price.
Tom Price went to be HHS Secretary. She won that, and then immediately turned around, ran against Lucy McBath. And Lucy McBath, I don't like to say did a good job, but she used the death of her son. Is that correct? And appealed to suburban moms.
She did.
And this is going to be a tight race.
Veterans.
Huh?
She has that Republican veteran who said that, I mean, I thought it was an extremely impressive ad that Lucy McBath had where she has fought for the veterans and the Veterans Hospital there and had made some kind of change. And she got some bill introduced and President Trump signed it.
I think, you know what, I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to know who was going to say, if you're a Democrat and you can run against Trump, but at the same time say, I'm for veterans, but I'm against Trump, but at the same time say Trump signed something.
Yeah,
that turns out pretty good for you,
and
right?
Trump signed it.
Yes, Bruce.
Isn't she like pretty much against Second Amendment though? Isn't that one of her big things
Yes.
with her son?
That's what brought national attention to Congresswoman McBath is the Second Amendment. Her son was tragically shot,
Yes.
and she became a gun control advocate, and that's what prompted her rise to fame.
Got 30 seconds.
Okay, but Karen Handel has done virtually no ads, and why the Republican Party hasn't backed her like they, the Democrats have poured money in.
Yes,
for
they
McBath.
have. The Democrats are protecting the seat.
In fact, the best ad for Handel was a Lucy McBath ad where she said how Handel votes with Trump and said all these things that she's done with Trump, and I thought it was a Karen Handel ad, and then Lucy McBath comes on. I mean, it was
That one played a lot. And
All right, folks, we gotta go to break. We're wound up talking. We got to go to break. I'm your host, BKP. You're watching Election Night FYN 2020 coverage. We'll be back right after these messages.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
Circuit World has complete queen bedroom packages at amazing prices. Get this queen bed, dresser and mirror, 1 nightstand, bedding set, and free 32-inch TV, all for only $1799.99 or $129.99 a month. Or get this complete queen bedroom set and sleep in style, also for only $1799.99 or $129.99 a month. What an incredible deal! Stop in today at one of our 5 locations and get the furniture you've always wanted at Circuit World.
Welcome to Mountain Valley Motors. Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Fiat vehicles available, plus a wide selection of quality used vehicles. Located at 7535 Appalachian Highway in Blue Ridge, we treat the needs of each individual customer with paramount concern. We know that you have high expectations, and as a car dealer, we enjoy the challenge of meeting and exceeding those standards each and every time. Allow us to demonstrate our commitment to excellence. Our experienced sales staff is eager to share its knowledge and enthusiasm with you. We encourage you to browse our online inventory, schedule a test drive, and investigate financing options. Visit us online or call us at 706-516-1053.
Hi, I'm Rhonda the Mattress Lady, and this is my husband Gary, owners of Mattress Overstocked in LJ next to Walmart. And we want to earn your business. From the time you walk in our door to the time we deliver your new mattress to your door, you will see the difference. Our selection and prices are the best in North Georgia, and customer service is our top priority. So y'all come on in and let us help you find the right mattress at the right price. That's Mattress Overstocked in LJ next to Walmart.
Hey folks, we're back. I'm your host BKP, and you're watching Election Night FYN 2020, our special coverage tonight of the election. We're staying focused on Georgia. In just a minute here, we're going to look at the Georgia House of Representatives. As soon as we get a chance to do that, we're going to look at that and see how things are going as far as Georgia Republicans retaining power in the House of Representatives. And then we're going to start having, between now and midnight, start having some candidates call in as we can call their races. We'll have State Senator Steve Gooch here in a little bit, Georgia House Speaker David Ralston. We're hoping before midnight we can get a call from Doug Collins in the Senate race. Joining us this first segment in our 9 o'clock hour, Bruce Conte, Rick Gluckert, Ethan Underwood, and Reese Sanford. Want to reintroduce our breaking news decision desk over here with Natalie Kissel, Lauren Souther, and Tiffany Morgan. I appreciate Tiffany because I'm saying go to here, and you're making it happen. I appreciate it. We have some states across from here on out at 9 o'clock. The ladies over here are going to be getting Emily information, and there will be a live ticker coming across the bottom of the screen for the rest of the night, just with information being put in there. Lauren, do we have anything on the presidential race that we're able to make any new calls that you have seen?
No new calls as of 9 o'clock.
Okay. Let's go back for just a minute. Did you say McConnell came in during the break, that Mitch McConnell has come in Kentucky?
Yes.
Who was he running against? She was a fighter pilot,
She was. I don't recall the name.
Amy McGrath.
Yeah, Amy McGrath,
Yep.
fighter pilot. So McConnell has kept his seat in Kentucky there in the Senate. And we never did think that one was up for grabs in Kentucky. So let's go back here for just a minute, and let's go to the ones we were looking at. We were talking about some races, and I think we left off in the right there, the 6th. Let's wrap that up just a second. We were talking about Karen Handel, Lucy McBath, and this is the Georgia 6th District. Do you think, Ethan, that Karen Handel can pull this out in that 6th District? That's a tough district. It's very moderate. It's where suburban women voters, strong vote there. What say you?
That's the driving factor. I mean, it's Alpharetta, it's Roswell. I think it's going to be very hard for Karen, and she's a friend. She's a great politician. She's done a lot of service for Georgia, but I think she's got her work cut out for her. That demographic, particularly with suburban moms and women there, that they're just not fans of President Trump. A lot of them are in households where the husband's voting for President Trump and they're voting for Biden. And I think when they're going to the polls, they're probably casting a ballot for McBath.
And nationally, this race is being watched nationally. This one could be an all-night decision. This could be down to, I mean, this could be so close that, you could have 0.5% or anything like that. I mean, very close in this one.
Very tight. Very tight.
Okay. Anybody else before we move along?
Brian, you've seen her in a number of races. I mean, is she an effective campaigner, in your opinion?
Karen Handel?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
I like Karen. I like Karen, but she's always, and I don't want to be negative, but she's always tried to campaign as an outsider, where I don't remember the last time she wasn't running for an office. So I like Karen, but I've always said I don't know that she's always the best candidate. Now, this district here, and her and her husband Steve are great people. They really are, okay? And they've worked hard. She used to be Secretary of State here in Georgia. Little quick, I think Nathan Deal only 500 votes. Was it 500 votes in a runoff that separated her and Nathan Deal of her being the governor?
Well,
So
back to this, I think their fate's tied with the presidential election. I mean, she rode into office with the support of President Trump, and then now with a lot of opposition to President Trump in North Fulton County. Unfortunately, she's suffering from that.
And the ads that ran against her made very, very close note of that.
That's right.
I mean, she's running in the 6th district, right?
Correct.
Highest educated, highest income in the entire state, in that district alone. So I don't know that she just gravitates well.
Well, now wait a minute. In 2018, when she lost to McBath, she put some distance between herself and the president.
Right.
She did. She did not. She, very little with. She didn't say Donald Trump very many times in 2018. Okay, put a lot of distance. This time, you can't get around. Trump is a dominating force. You might as well campaign with him, especially in Georgia, or just not campaign. So Karen Handel has campaigned with the president this time. Hold on, we're going to take a little bit. We're going to get some calls in the presidential.
Yes.
Okay, let's put our big interactive map up on the presidential screen. We have some new calls coming in. And sorry about that. Waiting to load it up. There it is. And which ones do you have?
For Trump, I have North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Louisiana, and that's it. Well, and Indiana, sorry.
Indiana. We had that earlier today.
And we're good.
Okay, so we're at 185. And again, these are the usuals, right? This is what we expect. This is what you said earlier. You gave some electoral numbers that we're going to...
These are the ones that we are expecting to go into the respective columns.
It's
of
not
Biden
till
and Trump.
later when we start seeing Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, Ohio, and especially Florida, which, could you do me a favor? Get a good look into Florida when I go to you so you can give us some full details there. Give you a couple minutes on that. Let's go to the Georgia 7th District. Let's go back to our interactive there. Let's go to the 7th, right there. And let's talk about this one for a minute. Let's talk about Carolyn Bordeaux, the Democrat. Is it Rob or Rod? Rob Woodall, right?
Rob Woodall. RV.
Congressman Rob Woodall in 2018 did not campaign.
Right.
I mean, agreed? I mean, that was talked about.
Rob is a phenomenal legislator. He hates to campaign.
And he didn't.
And he didn't.
And must have known his last term, retiring. And but anyhow, this in 2018 was the closest race, any congressional race in the United States.
Yep.
This one right here.
I think it was 744 votes.
Yeah, it's right in that 5 to 7, somewhere there. Mm-hmm. She is running again. Name recognition in the district. This district, the Republicans are concerned it might be turning blue. Mm-hmm. Rich McCormick, doctor, veteran. What do you think, Reese? Have you been following this one enough to say, what do you think on this one?
I have been following it, Brian. The 7th Congressional District, it has been Republican under Rob Woodall, but it's truly a moderate district. I think it's trending to the left in the southern part of the district in Gwinnett County. Forsyth is still reliably Republican. So a lot of this is going to come down to the Gwinnett turnout versus the Forsyth turnout. These suburbs in the 6th and 7th district, they are the suburban white female, which is kind of the holy grail that everyone's pursuing right now in politics. They're concerned about the GOP's hard stances on the Second Amendment. They're concerned about the heartbeat bill, and they're looking for a more moderate candidate. Bordeaux has presented McCormick is a very conservative candidate, and he's recently been endorsed by Marjorie Greene, which might lend some credence to that idea. So I think it's going to be a tough race for McCormick tonight.
Well, interesting, too. I live about 2 miles from the 7th District. I live in the north part of Forsyth County, so we hear about this all the time. Rich McCormick took almost 70% of Forsyth County's votes. So he wins the Republican nomination by spending all his time in Forsyth County. The part of Gwinnett that's in the 7th District is a heavily Asian population. A lot of South Korean, a lot of Chinese, a lot of Indian. So I know Rich McCormick has spent a lot of his time trying to reach out to the Indian voters, but the GOP just has not done a good job of pulling in these Asians who are coming in for economic opportunity. They're politically conservative. They're religious folks. They really ought to be in our camp, but right now they feel like, well, the GOP is not supportive of immigration. They immigrated here, so a lot of them are just voting Democrat. So Rich has done a good job of trying to reach out to them, but just the numbers say that he spent most of his time trying to get his votes in Forsyth County, and Carolyn's probably going to take the majority of Gwinnett. So back to Reese's standpoint, it's how much of Forsyth versus Gwinnett votes.
What say you, Rick, on this one? You had,
I agree with everything that that Ethan said. Gwinnett is quickly turning blue. And if somebody doesn't reach out to that segment of the population that can come over to our side, it's going to be solid blue for a long time.
Is there another group that's moving in there to make it blue? Or just changing the demographics?
I believe in Gwinnett County you've got basically two classes of people, it seems like. You've got lower income, quite a bit, and then you've got middle to upper income. And the part that is turning blue is the lower income side of the Gwinnett County. Would you agree? You live close to there.
I'm seeing a lot of it, honestly, is immigration coming in, and the Democrats are doing a very good job of reaching out to new American citizens.
but I think what you just said, is we'll just call it all the slots you got to get put in, you got to make happen. Republicans are really where the Asian community should be in that.
Well, I'll give a shout out to a friend of mine, Sue
let's
hold on just a minute. To bring that in.
Hello? 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 Yeah, is he ready? All right. Get Vernon Jones up there. Mr. Vernon Jones.
Sit back and enjoy.
Hold on just a second, sir.
What's going to happen?
Mr. Jones, hold on 1 second. Are you there?
I am.
Can you pick that up? Mr. Jones!
Yes.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Where are you at?
I'm in D.C. at the Trump Hotel.
You're at the Trump Hotel. Well, what's the mood at the Trump Hotel?
Well, actually, it's a great move. A lot of people come in, and I got to tell you, it's a lot of excitement here. The president's doing well right now. Obviously, we're taking Florida. I'm hyped. The people here are hyped. We're just, it's still early in the night, so anything can happen. But let me tell you, I'm so far where we are right now, I'm happy. We're doing like we wanted to do.
Well, Mr. Jones, Brian Pritchard here, FYNTV. We appreciate you checking in. We'd like for you to check in later tonight. You're at the Trump Hotel. Now, the excitement in the room, do you really feel, do you feel they're ready to call Florida? Do you feel that Trump is ready to take Florida?
Oh, Trump's going to take Florida. There's no question about that. I mean, it's the South Georgia, the South should say, Miami-Dade. When you see how he's performing in Miami-Dade, when you see how he's performing across the state of Florida, he is performing well. So we can go ahead and put Florida in the win column. We're moving. So they saw that early on. That's why they started refocusing their resources in other states. So yes. And Florida, you got to understand, a lot of people there who come from socialist countries, they don't want to go back to that. Their families don't want to go back to that. And they see what's happening with the Democratic crowd wanting to go socialist now. And that's unacceptable among many Floridians.
Are you seeing anything else at this time? Are you seeing any other states that some things are coming in favor for the president? Is there anything else you can report to us right now from the Trump Hotel there in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, clearly in Michigan right now, early out doing well, that the Republican African-American U.S. Senator, he's doing well up there. But, this is a long night. I've been at this before. This is a long night. We don't know right now what's going to happen. We're in some of these, because the numbers are just starting to come in. Some states are slow with their numbers. Others are coming faster. The networks are reporting at different intervals, so some are ahead of the others. So it's just a little early right now. About an hour from now, we should have a good feel where this thing is going. And then, by the way, the mood in Trump Hotel, it is fabulous. The hotel is fabulous. People are excited. We feel confident this president is going to win this. And it's the president. Nobody can beat him campaigning. Nobody's worked as hard as he has. And I can tell you, there'll be a couple of states that are going to come in late. But by that time, we'll be able to know what the numbers are, what's outstanding, and make some early predictions. And this president is hyped, and we're on the move.
All right, you still a Democrat?
Yes, I am.
I just had to check now. I had to check. I heard the president the other night in Rome.
I happen to think right, though, don't you?
Well, listen, we can't thank you enough. Now we're going to be on the air till midnight, and I sent you a second one. If you could do 2 or 3 minutes after 11 o'clock, give us an update. We highly appreciate it, sir.
I'll touch base with y'all again. Appreciate y'all back home. Appreciate everything you're doing to keep your listeners informed. And let me tell you, guys are a couple of great Americans and come from a great state. So glad to work with you.
I appreciate it. Enjoy the night. Thank you for the information.
Okay, my friend. Okay.
All right, folks, that was Vernon Jones. We're going to take a brief break, and we're going to break from a message from the Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C. from Vernon Jones. Did you hear him say Florida's in?
Yeah.
That's what he said. We'll be back right after these messages. Hey folks, we're back. Welcome back. Election night FYN 2020. And we just finished a great interview with Vernon Jones, a Georgia State representative here, a Democrat. He's at the Trump Tower Hotel. You know, we might be here in LJ, Georgia, but we had a direct shot right in. We were linked in, right? Trump Hotel there in Washington, D.C.
It would have been nice if you could have zoomed that so we could.
Yeah. Well, we got to work on that for next time. But
at least Skype.
Right, exactly. So we want to thank, and we're going to check this out. We talked about during the break. He's right there where it's going on. He says Florida is. They're calling it in the bag, so let's look at that close. But we have a Senate race. We want to get back to what we were talking about. We're going through. Let's go to Colorado, Hickenlooper. I think it's there. And do you have the numbers there, Lauren, on this one? What do you have on this one?
For Colorado, I have 11% reporting, Hickenlooper 73%, and Corey Gardner 25%.
Are they? Who said they called that one?
Reached it.
Do you have it? Do they have a call from the New York Times or anywhere on that one? If it's been called?
It's not indicated that it's called. There's not a check mark anywhere.
Who checked that off, Reese, that it was called Hickenlooper? Huh? Fox is calling that? All right, so right now what we have is in Colorado there may be a flip here that John Hickenlooper has flipped one in the Senate. Okay, might be the first pickoff of the night that we're hearing about. We'll keep an eye on that. Any other races? Can you look a little closer at Florida, where that's at? Go to the interactive map for the presidential race really quickly there. That one right there. Scroll over Florida for us. And right now they've got 91 on this map reporting. What do you have on the New York Times?
I have 93% in, 51% for Trump, and 48% for Joe Biden.
As 300,000 or 400,000.
300 or 400, and they're in the Panhandle.
Well, as Representative Jones mentioned, he said that the president did really well in Broward, Miami-Dade, and the president was coming in 40%, 45% in very heavily Democratic districts.
Right.
Those were the three that if he did well in, it was almost a fait accompli. Just like you said, and the other one I'll add to it is Tampa.
Yep.
Right.
Tampa, Pinellas
And it's like exactly like Pennsylvania, where you have Philadelphia and you have Pittsburgh. If Trump can get some certain numbers there,
Right.
then the middle of the state can bring it in.
Yep.
So what you're saying is Trump has brought in the counties that he needed to in
Right.
Florida?
These the Democrat counties in the South that normally
He's done strong enough.
Yeah.
There's
He's
nothing-
done well enough.
Well enough.
Is 360 enough of a cushion at this point with 91 in your opinion?
If we're waiting on
93 in.
Panhandle.
93.
If,
Yeah, it depends
on
on
the New
what
York
we're waiting
Times.
on. If
So
we're waiting on Panhandle, I think we're in good shape.
Yep.
while you're there, let's go across Georgia. Just 41% reporting on that one. Go up to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's the one that's looking not good.
6335. I'm
Is that mostly Philadelphia?
that's probably Philadelphia coming in strong.
It would be interesting to know if the three counties, two of which Trump took last time, Erie, Bucks, and Lucerne, he took Erie and he flipped Erie and Lucerne, I believe, in Pennsylvania. It would be interesting to see if those two counties were in or how those are being reported right now.
Can you text Lee?
Okay, I got somebody that Bill Johnson, one of our reporters here at FYN, texted me. It said Florida hasn't been called yet, but Biden camp has acknowledged Florida is lost. So that's from Bill Johnson, an FYN reporter that's keeping an eye on it.
Brian, do you remember the 16 results? How much did Trump win Florida by? Votes.
No, not exactly. I can go to.
tell you.
You can
Wait,
get
Rick-
that.
Rick's digging on it.
Do you have an update?
Yes, I do. I have the North Carolina 11th District called for Madison Cawthorn.
You have that? Can you get his picture up?
Alabama should be called to.
Yeah, check Alabama. Can we get that's in the called races? That should be in your called
Which-
races folder.
What were the counties you wanted to see in Pennsylvania?
House of Representatives.
Lucerne.
No, House of Representatives.
He's got 22%.
Right there.
Joe's, Biden's
Where's
up
Madison?
40.
Can you help her find that there? Let's go ahead and see if we can find Madison Cawthorn. That's
No, that's North
He's gonna
Carolina,
find
isn't
That's
it?
what I pick over there.
Madison Cawthorn, that was.
no, it wouldn't be there. We
Yeah,
no, it wouldn't be there.
Bucks,
I'm pretty sure it is.
nothing's reported.
It's in the called races.
I don't think it is. Go in the predetermined races folder.
Yeah, predetermined. I'm sorry.
U.S. House of Reps.
House of
Last
Reps.
Folder, last folder.
Okay, I saw it earlier, but let's bypass that right now. Madison Cawthorn, the 11th district of North Carolina. That was Chief of Staff Mark Meadows' seat, Western North Carolina, from Asheville all the way down here to Murphy. The young man is now, another thing, youngest member ever of Congress, correct? Madison Cawthorn?
25 years old.
25 years old. Car accident, left him in a wheelchair. He is the guy at the Republican. If you're trying to remember who he is, picture him. He is the guy at the Republican convention that said he stands. Remember for the Pledge of
Yes.
Yes, he stood up. And he stood up. So Madison Cawthorn will represent the Republican there in the House of Representatives, North Carolina 11th District. Let's go back to the ones we were looking at, the Senate race. Yes, let's go back to. We went to Georgia 7th. Let's go to Georgia 7th. I think Ethan, you had something you were finalizing there and talking about.
I would just say a great example of the Republican Party trying to reach out to the Korean population. Sue Hong is the Republican candidate in the House District 102. Hopefully she'll be able to make some inroads and represent that district in the Georgia House, but also help us to make inroads with the Korean community that is so large and so influential in Gwinnett County.
Okay. Let's move from that one to the next one. We just got a message that Georgia House Speaker David Rawson is going to be with us at 10 o'clock tonight. So in the next 30 minutes, he's going to be with us. I just got a message on that. And then Vernon Jones is going to come back at 11, give us an update there. This one right here, Iowa Senate race. Don't want to spend too much time, but Teresa Greenfield and Joni Ernst. Anybody want to come in on this one? Could you check Iowa, and see if there's any numbers on this while we're looking at this?
Well, Joni had a little bit of a late blast, and, it kind of separated herself a little bit from Greenfield. She was down for a while, and then I think in the last week or so, literally, she distanced herself into a positive position. So right now we have Hickenlooper. The Democrats have picked that off for the Senate. Okay. Waiting to see if the Republicans, we're going to check on Doug Jones here in a minute, check on Doug Jones there in Alabama. But this one here, I think Joni's going to be okay on that. I mean, the Senate races we got to really worry about.
this is a Trump coattail for me. I think
No
Iowa,
question about it.
I think Iowa will come in strong.
Absolutely correct.
And what say you, Joanne?
You think Trump's going to take Iowa?
Yes.
Then Joni Ernst doesn't have anything to worry about.
Yes. Yeah, I think he brings the coattail on that. Let's go to the next one here as they're getting some results for us over here. Go ahead. Do you have something on? Okay. Maine. Susan Collins. Susan Collins did not vote for Amy Coney Barrett. Did not vote for Justice Barrett.
She didn't vote for Donald Trump.
She didn't vote for, okay, she probably didn't vote for Donald Trump.
I mean, that's what she said.
What say you? Maine is a state I don't know a lot about. I don't know what the feel is in Maine. Maine is a state that splits their electoral. They have two. Is it two electoral votes?
One of them.
Right, and they split that. And Nebraska's the other state, right? There's two states. Nebraska splits their electoral map in Maine. But anyhow, what say you on this one? Can anybody?
Well, Gideon's outraised Collins 2-1. I mean, she's really been raising money. Susan Collins, she's in a real tough place because she tried to be lean more left because most of Maine is very liberal, especially down when you get to Bar Harbor and down in that area, and trying to now appease there are a lot of Trump supporters there now, so she's kind of caught in the middle, and Sarah Gideon's got so much more money to spend, so I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a toss-up.
Okay, let's go to the next one here as we're going through. This is, you have a race?
Yes.
What do you have?
I have District of Columbia for Joe Biden.
Okay, we'll wait on that. Okay, we're not rush. We're not going to rush to the map to put up the District of Columbia. Any shockers? Moving right on. I put this one up. For a reason. There's 430. There's 435 House seats and 100 Senate seats. 535 members of Congress. Mm-hmm. And in the House, every 2 years, everybody's up for re-election.
Right.
Okay, this is an interesting seat because I don't know what will happen. We couldn't do all 435, but this is the 7th Congressional District in Maryland, and this is Kimberly Klacik, a very big commercial that went viral on downtown Baltimore. John Lewis, right? She took.
John Lewis is Georgia.
I mean, Elijah Cummings.
Elijah Cummings.
Elijah
yes.
Cummings, the late congressman from Washington, D.C., she really highlighted what inner cities look like today. So I want to, what say you on this race here?
Well, first of all, since I'm from Maryland, I'm very familiar with Baltimore and its downfall. And I mean, it used to be such a beautiful city. They tried to when they did the harbor, they tried to bring everything back. But Kimberly Klacik, her ad was absolutely incredible because that's what it looks like. And when you try to drive to Johns Hopkins, which is a major hospital in this country, you go through that exact area that she kept filming. It is scary. You're scared to death to stop at a traffic light. All of the buildings are boarded up, the homes, and people are sitting out there. There's people standing at the intersections. And she wants to change that. And Elijah Cummings was there for 30 years and made millions and never did one thing for his district. And so how do we know how she's doing?
I don't know. We could check that. Lauren, I would like to check to see, are all the polls closed in Georgia? 9 o'clock was Spalding County, right?
Yes, the only poll I saw that was still.
That's
be
it.
open along, yes.
Okay, we checked that out. Can we go?
There's no numbers for Maryland in yet for that race.
Brian?
Yes.
One thing on Maryland, if I may, Joanne. You recall that Trump was the first one that called out Elijah Cummings and took
Yes.
a lot of heat for
Yes.
it.
Oh, yes.
She actually followed in his footsteps.
Exactly.
And I don't want to say pirated, but she was very, very astute in picking up on how well that resonated, and she really made hay with that.
Yes.
But Trump was the one. You might want to tell him who, D'Alessandro? Didn't they have a little bit to it? And that's Nancy Pelosi's father. Wasn't he the mayor?
Yes, for a long time. I mean, that's where Nancy Pelosi is
That's where
from,
she cut her teeth.
And yes, and they took the city down. I mean, it is.
Can you look at
corrupt.
2 races for me? Look at the Collins-Loeffler race, New York Times, and the Secretary of State, and look at David Perdue. I want to see what they're saying, the David Perdue race. Can we put the David Perdue one up now? That's the Georgia Senate. And let's look at the numbers of where we're at on that one. There you go. You got that one correct there. Tiffany, way to go. Can we?
Yeah. Just updated. With 73 counties reporting, Purdue has 56.48% of the vote. Ossoff has 41.33. Hazel has 2.18.
How many?
Ossoff's going to come in, and Shane Hazel, Ossoff around Metro Atlanta. Out of those counties, which counties are still around Metro Atlanta that we're waiting?
Fulton and Muskogee.
Imagine DeKalb is still out.
Why wouldn't that
Most
be
of them are
urban
in.
areas?
DeKalb's still out.
DeKalb's still out. And remember, DeKalb is part of the 6th, right? A part of DeKalb.
Very small of it.
Very
Yeah,
small,
yeah.
but he came in
Brookhaven.
very strong in the 6th, and that's where he actually gave.
That's where he's from.
Yeah, but that's where he gave Karen Handel the strongest run was
Right.
DeKalb that night.
That's right.
That small part of DeKalb. Okay, so what do we have again? Just recap. David Perdue.
He had 56. Ossoff had 43. Hazel had 2.
Hazel had 2, and you said earlier a libertarian in the state's going to come in around 3. And you're still thinking you're still thinking, Ethan, that this one could go to a runoff.
Yes.
Okay, let's pull up the Georgia U.S. Senate special election, Tiffany. No, back to your graphics. Right there. When we come back, we're going to get some update on this one. Kelly Loeffler, Doug Collins, Warnock, and Lieberman. We're going to spend a little time talking about this one. We're going to go to break. We'll be back right after this with some more updates. I'm your host, BKP. You're watching Election Coverage FYN 2020. We'll be right back.
Now,
We'll get you later.
It's 9:35.
Do you, Hey folks, it's election night FYN 2020. I'm your host, BKP, and we have back on the with us here tonight Bruce Conti, Rick Gluckert, Reese Sanford, Joey Doplanky. We're expecting our new congressman in the 9th Congressional District, Andrew Clyde, to call at any minute now. We've got a message that he's going to be calling in. We're going to be able to congratulate him on his win. We're going to have Georgia House Speaker David Ralston just shortly after 10 o'clock. So we're going to be ready for him to call in. Vernon Jones, Georgia State Democrat representative at the Trump Hotel there in Washington, D.C. He's going to call back in at 11. And I can't get Lee Snover on the line from Pennsylvania. It's an intense night there, so they might be trying to figure out some things on election machines. It's Pennsylvania. It's going to be a crazy night, but we will get some information of what's going on there. Waiting for the call in, and hello, sir.
Right.
Good. I'm going to put you on speakerphone. Hold on just a minute. Yeah, let's just go with the one we have now. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, you're a little more faint, Brian, but I can hear you.
Got it, mister? All right. Okay, folks, we're ready to call a race. We have several that we know are in, but this one here, if you're looking at the screen, we now have our House of Representatives 9th Congressional District elect Andrew Clyde. Congratulations, Congressman-elect Clyde. How are you tonight?
Thank you, Brian. I am doing just fantastic. I am so honored and humbled to have the nod of the 9th Congressional District confirmed tonight. I am excited. I'm excited to go to Washington, D.C. on their behalf and to represent them. It's a great night, Brian.
Well, Congressman-elect, congratulations. We know you're headed to Washington, D.C. If you don't mind here, we're in Gilmer County, Georgia tonight broadcasting, and I happen to have four people here in the district. Would you mind if they say hello?
I would not mind one little bit.
Anybody got a quick question for the congressman? Say hello.
Hey, Andrew, it's Joanne DePlanky, and welcome to our election night.
Well, thank you, Joanne. That's fantastic. It's wonderful to talk to you this way.
Have you ever had Joanne put out any signs for you?
Oh, just maybe one or two, Joanne. I think maybe at least 25.
Yeah, at least 25.
Well, let me ask you before we get off phone. We know you got a busy night, but you're going to Washington, D.C. here in January. We don't know where the Republican Party stands in still being the minority party in the House or the majority, may be able to take back the majority tonight. Can you tell us who you will be caucusing with when you get to Washington, D.C., and what some of the things we can expect out of our Congressman Andrew Clyde?
Oh, you certainly can. I will certainly be caucusing with all the Republicans, no doubt about that. And I've had quite a few opportunities to talk to folks about where I'm going to caucus, and I would say that I will be in the most conservative caucuses of the entire U.S. Congress, and that's what I will tell you right now. And you can count on me to be there to represent the very conservative values of North Georgia, and I will protect our innocent unborn. I will defend and help restore our Second Amendment rights. I will help our president build the wall. And as I think you see, he's leading in the state of Georgia right now. I'm pretty confident our president is going to win Georgia.
Are you while we have you, are you hearing any other insight on any of the races outside of Georgia or any of the other races in Georgia or anything going on? I mean, is there anything else as far as results out that how are some of the members of the House doing in some of the districts? Are you hearing anything, Congressman-elect Clyde?
Well, I'm pretty confident that Jody Heiss is going to take his seat. I think that's in the bag right now. But as the rest of them, I haven't really looked at any other races, but I know it's too early to tell whether or not we're going to take back the House of Congress. I think that that Alabama, I believe Alabama was called for the Republican. We gained a Republican Senate seat there, if I'm not mistaken, and so I'm excited about that. And but I think all the other races are too early to tell, Brian.
Well, listen, we want to thank you very much for calling in. We appreciate it. We know it's been a long campaign trail. Just one more brief minute. What was it like campaigning at the beginning when we were not in the pandemic, and then all of a sudden during the primary, you had to campaign a whole different way with COVID-19? This has been a long campaign for you. Talk about that just for a minute.
Yeah, it certainly has. I was the very last person to enter the race on February the 26th. I think was the day I entered the race, and it wasn't 2 weeks later that the Chinese virus hit and became a problem. but and then at that point, everything just died when it came to being able to go out and talk to people and get my name out there and tell them what I stood for and tell them my platform, and it just became really, really difficult. And it wasn't until I think the video of Fight and Win, the story of Fight and Win with the IRS actually got out, and people really started to pay attention to it and hear it and hear my heart when it came for that. But that's really what helped turn us around in the primary, at least.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to call in, and congratulations on your win, and we appreciate you tonight. We want to thank, also extend a hello to your wonderful wife, Jennifer, also, and we appreciate both of you, and we look forward to you representing us and coming back and letting us know what's going on in Washington, D.C.
I certainly will, Brian. I will stay in touch, and I want to keep the people informed, and I want to definitely do that through FYN.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay.
All right, Brian. Good night.
Okay, folks, that is our newly elected Congressman-elect Andrew Clyde in the 9th Congressional District. He is taking the place of Congressman Doug Collins, and we're waiting on that one tonight. Did you say over here in my ear you have something for us?
Colorado for Joe Biden.
Colorado for Joe Biden. So let's go up to the big map. And we're going to put Colorado up there for Joe Biden. Let's go ahead and give, you already gave the District of Columbia. Let's give the District of Columbia. Let's not, let's go ahead while we're on there. I didn't want to make a special trip to the District of Columbia just for those three. But, all right. And so Colorado, anybody surprised by that one?
Now, can I go somewhere else?
Yes, yes, Rick.
Ladies, I don't know if you're seeing anything, but it's being reported by several that the Democrats will hold the House and they will gain 5 seats. I didn't want to rain on.
So right now the House is up 5 for the Democrats. What their predictions are, and they will hold the House.
Yeah, and the other piece of news that's come out is this is a lot of money changes hands because there's a lot of gambling that goes on. But the betting odds just flipped, and Trump is now a 64.8% favorite. This coming from Fox and Vegas.
We are on TV live, so I shouldn't put you on the spot. You got a sawbuck on anything? Or?
No, I
don't. Just check it. Just didn't know if you put 2 on Trump and boxed it or anything.
That's right. Have your doubles ready.
Okay.
If you have the ladies check on New York, because I'm showing Fox is called New York for.
Can we check New York? He's saying Fox has checked New York, and they got it checked here for Joe Biden. Is it Joe Biden? So let's go to the big map and put that back up.
Not a shock.
Just really quick, let's not gloss over Andrew Clyde. I think there was 9 candidates in that primary. Congressman Doug Collins here in the 9th Congressional District. Just for you folks out there, we're in the 9th Congressional District is the 3rd most Republican district in the United States, only behind 1 district in Kentucky and 1 in Tennessee, Texas. We're the 3rd most Republican district in the United States, 3rd most Republican district in Georgia. 9 candidates in the primary to replace Doug Collins, and 9 to replace, and Andrew Clyde prevailed tonight to be our next congressman in the 9th District. I mean, I know there was 9, and some of you had different candidates, and we have one of the candidates here with us tonight. Just an outstanding Ethan Underwood was one of our candidates there in the primary, did an outstanding job. How do you feel about your next congressman? Really quick, we got some races to call.
I was very much for him after I saw and talked to him about his taking on the IRS, because I've taken on the IRS.
Reese?
I'm very excited about Andrew Clyde. I think he is a story that many of us in this district can relate to.
Taking on the IRS like Joey, and we'll get back into that if we have time later, because
the guts
to take on
and yes,
has a bill named after him that the president signed. That was pretty. That wasn't a clear endorsement, but pretty close. Rick?
Well, the fact that he had his ads and he had Doug Collins in his ads supporting him, I don't know if he endorsed him, but he did support
Same
him.
thing on that bill. Collins made the
Exactly.
speech on the floor about the bill.
And I think that's what resonated.
It
the
did.
two of them together, I think, was put him
Bruce?
over the top.
Yeah, I agree with him. I think he's a down-to-earth, salt-of-the-earth kind of guys, and I think the teaming up with Collins was a big plus.
All right, so we got the big map up again, and we have highlighted, filled in New York, and you have another one.
Yes, we have New Mexico for Joe Biden.
No, New Mexico. Anybody shocked with New Mexico?
No.
Not shocked. Okay.
Not with Colorado or New Mexico. No shockers on either.
No
of them.
shockers on either one. So we're at 131 to 94. We're looking at the magic. Now, nothing on Florida.
I think it's a travesty that Florida is not in yet. I'm calling Florida is the new Pennsylvania, because they're holding off and they're holding off and they're holding off because they know that there's going to be a huge number of votes thrown up there, and it's going to put Trump close to Biden.
I think one of the scenarios tonight, we have talked about it. Now that we're getting this far in and we're waiting for Florida, I think one of the scenarios tonight is the mail-in ballots. And what people will be looking at that crunch the numbers, are there still enough mail-in ballots out to overtake the lead that a candidate has? So I think that's going to be one of the variables tonight that's going to be in play. You take, for example, the states like Michigan, is it 7 or 10 days? Like they can count the ballots X amount of days afterwards. Pennsylvania. Several days afterwards.
There are several states that are quarantining all those ballots,
right,
to determine whether they're needed or not to make it an election result firm.
Official.
So
Official,
that's
yeah.
it. Anything else before we go to break over there?
Nothing. We're good.
We're good? Okay. Let's pull up the interactive map on this one right here, and let's just go over Florida real quick and see what they're showing right now. They're still showing at 91. Is that what we had earlier?
That's what we had earlier.
Can you go to
It's
the
not
New York
changing a
Times
lick.
on Florida and scroll over and see what they're saying, how much is in? Or are they still stuck on the 91%
It's almost
reporting?
400,000 though.
Bruce has
380.
got a quick number on the
93,
disparity
and what are they
between-
showing on the 93%?
47 for Joe Biden.
Okay, we have to take a quick break. When we return, it's going to be time for Georgia House Speaker David Ralston to call in. Okay, as soon as we return. And I'm your host, BKP. You're watching Election Night FYN 2020.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
Circuit World has complete queen bedroom packages at amazing prices. Get this queen bed, dresser and mirror, 1 nightstand, bedding set, and free 32-inch TV, all for only $1799.99 or $129.99 a month. Or get this complete queen bedroom set and sleep in style, also for only $1799.99 or $129.99 a month. What an incredible deal! Stop in today at one of our 5 locations and get the furniture you've always wanted at Circuit World.
Welcome to Mountain Valley Motors. Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Fiat vehicles available, plus a wide selection of quality used vehicles. Located at 7535 Appalachian Highway in Blue Ridge, we treat the needs of each individual customer with paramount concern. We know that you have high expectations, and as a car dealer, we enjoy the challenge of meeting and exceeding those standards each and every time. Allow us to demonstrate our commitment to excellence. Our experienced sales staff is eager to share its knowledge and enthusiasm with you. We encourage you to browse our online inventory, schedule a test drive, and investigate financing options. Visit us online or call us at 706-516-1053.
Hi, I'm Rhonda the Mattress Lady, and this is my husband Gary, owners of Mattress Overstocked in LJ next to Walmart. And we want to earn your business. From the time you walk in our door to the time we deliver your new mattress to your door, you will see the difference. Our selection and prices are the best in North Georgia, and customer service is our top priority. So y'all come on in and let us help you find the right mattress at the right price. That's Mattress Overstocked in LJ next to Walmart.
And we're back. Election night, FYN 2020. I'm your host, BKP. Bruce Conte, Rick Glukard. What's your name again? Ethan Underwood. Just, it's getting a little late. It's starting to roll it. D. Planky. Don't look at me like that. Joanne D. Planky. Let's give a shout out to our breaking news decision desk. Their social media, you should be following us on Twitter at Fetch Your News, at FYNTV, at BKP Politics, and also on Facebook, Instagram. Natalie Kissel making that happen all night long over there, checking things out. Lauren Souther getting some decisions, keeping up with the New York Times, Washington Post, and several other websites. And Tiffany Morgan doing a great job keeping up with me and some of the maps and the graphics that we're putting up on the screen. At any time now, we're going to have Georgia House Speaker David Ralston. You got a call?
Yes, for South Carolina Senate.
South Carolina. Go ahead, and let's pull the South Carolina Senate up. Earlier, right there you go, South Carolina. There it is. And what do we have there?
Lindsey Graham will retain his seat.
There you go.
Lindsey Graham what?
Will retain his seat. So, before the Speaker, Georgia Speaker of the House, it's going to be shortly after 10 here that he calls it. You have another one?
One Kansas.
Kansas.
Yes.
So, let's stay here just a second before we pull up the interactive map. Anybody shocked by this? I thought all along, I mean, I watched the media. What does Trump call them? MSLSD? I mean, right? Is that what he called it? Bruce, am I wrong?
No, you're right.
Thank you, Bruce. But, you know, so anyhow, CNN and MSNBC and NBC and all of the networks have really wanted people to believe that this state was going to flip and go blue. Anybody shocked by this?
No. Not in South Carolina.
But this is one of the seats that the Democrats are hopeful
They were counting.
that they could count on to try to get control of the Senate. So this is one here. Let's go to the big map. So Lindsey Graham will stay over there in South Carolina. Let's go up to the big map, and you say you have Trump in Kansas.
Yes.
Now, while we're here, Lauren, can you tell us on Pennsylvania what the Washington Post has Pennsylvania right now? You told us earlier.
The Washington Post has Trump at 51% and Biden at 47%.
And that's in Pennsylvania right now. What
Yes.
percentage is counted, do they say?
I can't see it there. I can see it on the New York Times. It's 20% in, and they have Trump 51% and Biden 47% again.
And so both the New York Times and the Washington Post right now have Trump up in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so and we're waiting for that call in Florida, Rick. I mean, I could defer to you if you want to take. You want that pressure? Because if you want me to turn it red, I can make it happen.
No.
Okay, just check.
No, I think the pressure should be on the networks to make that official call.
Right.
But I mean, if something is really crazy going on down there, if you do have a chance, while you have Speaker Ralston on the phone, I'm seeing some crazy stuff on my phone in Georgia, and it's not pretty. So, you know, when they come out and say that, excuse me, Biden has a 78% chance right now of winning Georgia, I'd like to know where that's coming from. And maybe you could get some insight into David as to, you know, is something just so topsy-turvy that we don't know about? Or what?
Or what's your opinion on, how do you react to that?
I will say this. Trump was in Georgia twice. He was in Macon 3 weeks ago or 2.5 weeks ago. He was in Rome 2 days ago. We talked earlier in the program, was it to get out the vote? I'll say this. Rick, I think you know you're going to back me on this because I have been years on what Eric Holder and Stacey Abrams have been doing in Georgia and what to expect and what they have been doing to register voters, you know, and I pause because I cringe to say Stacey Abrams done a good job. But for her party and for what they're trying to make happen, she's put the work in.
And the amount of money she's raised
Right,
is
exactly.
unconscionable.
And she's been able to bring the big names, the big money. So with that being said, I mean, we're coming off a 2018 with our governor, 55,000 votes, separated the two of them. And I think there's 20 counties in the 9th District of Georgia, right? And I think in 5 of the 20 counties, Kemp got that number of votes in the 9th district. So that Abrams, what I'm saying is she has tightened that down to where this race could be that tight. That's my
Team fair fight.
Well, and this is indicative of exactly what the Democrats did in Colorado 15 years ago. They had a very targeted strategy to take certain counties and certain groups, and we're seeing the results of that tonight. They've now flipped a Senate seat. I believe they've got control of both houses in Colorado as well. And we're seeing Georgia go down that same path.
Well, here you're exactly right, because when you say 15 years ago, redistricting, and we're going to get into that tonight. I'd like to talk a little bit about that because, you know, we're hopeful that President Trump is successful tonight and wins a second term. But there's all the way down the line of what's at stake tonight. And what's at stake tonight is redistricting, because we're in 2020. And, you know, the Republicans may not take control of the House tonight, but if redistricting goes the way, if Georgia is redistrict, any of these states, they can make it to where Republicans don't see a majority in the House of Representatives for I don't know how long, if ever again.
That's why it was important for the president to cut off the census, I believe. I mean, because that that hinges on where all the boundaries are and who gets the new representation. So
no, it's imperative that we keep both the Georgia House and the Georgia Senate this year for that very reason.
Do me a favor, put up Lee Snover calling in from Pennsylvania, and we'll cut over to the Georgia House Speaker. We'll get ready. She just texted me on Pennsylvania, and if she calls here in the next second, we're going to take it, get us an update out of Pennsylvania. We're expecting House Speaker David Ralston also. Sorry about that, guys. Just as soon as she calls in, I know we have been waiting to hear Pennsylvania. We have the Washington Post and the New York Times showing Trump up right now. Oh. She told me to call her. All right, you ready to go live? Let's go. I know you're in a huge watch party. Go live. Ready? Hold on. Okay, folks, we are live. This is Lee Snover. She is the Pennsylvania Northampton County Party Committee Chair. And can you give us an update of what's going on? How's it look in Pennsylvania, Lee?
Oh, it's intense here. We have a huge watch party in Northampton County, Pennsylvania. Remember, we're a bellwether. This county's got to win. And they're counting votes through the entire night here in Pennsylvania. They're keeping the courthouse open all the way through and through tomorrow. We got volunteers down there watching them count the mail-in ballots. Right now, you see probably on Fox News, they're showing Donald Trump ticking ahead in PA. Yes, we are rising in PA, but remember, the mail-in ballots are just getting counted, and that's the Democrat vote. So it's tough. It's tough. We can win Pennsylvania, but it's going to go down to the wire. It might not be called tonight. It might be tomorrow. It might be 3 days from now. So it's really intense here. People worked hard today, and a lot of excitement here.
I know you're at the big watch party. For our viewers, Pennsylvania, you guys in Northampton, you're 60 miles north of Philadelphia. You brought in Northampton. You've got almost 200,000 voters just in that county alone, and you brought it in 2016. And most articles written in the top 5 counties count Northampton as one that Trump has to have. So how do you feel specifically in your county tonight?
Oh, we blew them away today at the polls. I feel good for my county. I mean, it was an enormous Republican turnout today at the polls, but then again, we got the mail-in ballots from the Democrats. So we're just waiting here. It's almost like you got 2 elections going on. You got the mail-in ballot election, you got the at-the-polls election, and you just have to wait and see which group won it out. So, but you know what? You got to remember. Please remember, Democrats vote for Trump in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
So what they're doing, they're counting all these mail-in ballots just by the numbers that came in, assuming they're all for Biden. But don't assume that. Democrats vote for Trump in Pennsylvania.
I get that. Let me ask you one more question. In 2016, what are you seeing around like Philadelphia? Because in 2016, you guys were able to tell, and I know it's still early tonight. You guys were able to tell in 2016 the numbers in Philadelphia. How does Trump doing in Philly right now? Can you tell?
Well, what I do know is that Biden's numbers are way down in Philly. We heard Philly was quiet. That was the story all day. There was no high turnout in Philly, no excitement in Philly, no energy in Philly, that it was blah, 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 which is great for us. So that's what we did here. We heard there was no excitement in Philly. So that's good news for us.
All right, what about the western part of the state? We'll let you get back to your watch party.
Let me tell you, Trump finished so strong in Pittsburgh, in Allegheny County. The Allegheny County newspaper endorsed him, the first Republican they've endorsed since 1972. So Pittsburgh is on fire for Trump. That's where he had his very last rally in Pennsylvania, where they said 57,000 people were there. So I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but I'm telling you, just keep an eye on Pennsylvania. Just keep an eye. It could happen.
All right, our last question, one of Rick Gluckert here wanted to know, Bucks County, when you start around the ring counties, how is that going? Can you tell?
I don't know. Bucks will be tough. Bucks used to be a big Republican county, and it started to turn Democrat. I don't know what's going to happen in Bucks. I really don't. I think you're going to see Pennsylvania looking almost identical to 2016.
Okay, so right now, obviously, there's a lot of variables. You guys feel good. Lee, we're going to go off the air. We're going to go off the air at midnight. I know you're busy, but we would like to close at 11:53 with you, so I want to try to call you back.
Okay, all right. You can give me a call back then.
All right, thank you for giving us a report.
All right. Good luck. All right, bye-bye.
Thanks.
Okay, do I have to disclose that's my sister? I just did, right? So, guys, I told you we were going to get some stuff tonight that the networks are not reporting, and that's just exactly right there. There's no network that is able to look in like we're looking in right there at 11:53. We're going to close the night with her calling back in, but she's predicting it'll be tomorrow before we know in Pennsylvania because of the ballots. Now, I will say this, knowing from my experience, she's 100% when she says Democrats in PA will vote for Trump. They will. They definitely will. Older steel union guys, and they will vote for Trump.
You can only hope that happens in other states.
It does a lot in Michigan, Ohio. I believe that, but we'll get that. Do you have something you want to?
Yes.
What do you have?
I was going to say that Tommy Tuberville is projected to win the Alabama Senate seat.
Okay, so there's a flip. So we even the score, I guess, a little bit, right?
Corey Gardner.
Okay. Hey, folks, we're going to get ready to go to break. That was a big segment. That was our update from Pennsylvania. They're feeling good. Go yourself. Research Northampton County. Hey, I love North Georgia. I love it when we have 28,000 people in the county and 17,000 voters, but they're up there with 200,000. That's big stuff. We're going to take a break. I'm your host, BKP, on Election 2020 FYN. Okay, folks, we're back. I'm your host, BKP, and you're watching FYN Election Coverage 2020. Joining us now on the phone is, first want to congratulate him on a decisive win here, Georgia State Representative District 7. The winner, David Ralston, the Republican. Also, Georgia House Speaker David Ralston. Mr. Speaker, how are you this evening?
Well, I'm good, Brian, and I want to begin by thanking the people of Fannin and Gilmer and Dawson County for just a victory that, you know, we're humbled by it. I mean, 88% of the vote, I can't begin to express our gratitude, and I'm really humbled, and I'm energized, and so I feel pretty good.
Mr. Speaker, let me ask you a question. Now, congratulations on your decisive win here in the 7th District and being our representative once again come this January. You have been busy throughout the state. Every time we go on social media, you've been somewhere in the state campaigning for other Republicans, trying to make sure Republicans retain the House in Georgia. Can you give us an update on where we stand on the Georgia State House right now?
Well, the early indications, Brian, are looking very, very good, and thank you for making that comment. We have been in 45 different communities in the 30 days running up to the general election, all over the state. You know, it was my view that we were going to leave it all on the field, and I think we did that. I mean, I woke up this morning at peace. I couldn't think of one thing that we had not done, and I think we're going to reap that tonight. I'm very excited about what I'm hearing. Looks like Representative Ron Stevens in Savannah, who had a very, very tough race, is going to win. Representative Gerald Green down in Southwest Georgia it looks like he's in a good position, and the National Democrats threw so much money in that race against him. Representative Mike Chokas in Southwest Georgia out of Americus looks in good position. You know, we've still got a few races around Metro that we're monitoring. Representative Marcus Wiedauer in Oconee County, and Representative Houston Gaines in Clark County. Wiedauer is winning big. Houston Gaines appears that he's going to win in a really tough district. Representative Don Hogan from St. Simon's Island, that one's over. He's won. He had a tough race. Representative Rick Williams in Milledgeville has won. He had a very competitive race. So we still got a lot of races out, but I feel very good. I think we're going to have an announcement here shortly about our efforts to take out the minority leader of the Georgia House and replace him with a conservative Republican, and that was a high priority for us, and so I'm feeling encouraged. But you know, we've got a little bit of ways to go before we declare total victory, but it sure is looking good right now.
What else do you see? Are you seeing any other results in any other the races or anything from presidential to any other race in the state right now that you can comment on, Mr. Speaker?
Well, I think my own view is that President Trump's going to carry Georgia. It looks as though that Senator Perdue, who we were afraid was going to have a very tough race, may actually be running a point or so ahead of the president, and so he appears at this point to be in a pretty good position. You know, Senate race number 2 is there's still a lot of votes out in that one between Reverend Warnock and Congressman Collins and Senator Loeffler. I think that one's a little early to be called. But there are some good indications out there, Brian.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we appreciate it. We know you got a busy night, and you're keeping an eye on all the races, but we can report tonight that we feel pretty good that the Georgia State House will remain under Republican majority. Is that correct?
I think so. I really do. And that's been my top priority throughout this campaign cycle. It's been my top priority for 2 years. We lost 11 seats 2 years ago tonight, and we have worked nonstop since then to make sure that don't happen again, and it looks like we've succeeded.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we appreciate you very much calling in and giving us a report. Thank you, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, and we're all celebrating the president's win in Georgia.
Thank you, Brian. Take care, Luke. Hope to see you soon.
Same to you, sir. Okay, folks, that's Georgia Speaker of the House, David Ralston. Pretty good report there that we feel good that Georgia's going to retain the State House down in Atlanta. And I tell you what, we'll have to look later in the night to see if the Democrats do squeeze a couple more seats out. As the Speaker said, Democrats took 11 seats in the last election, which really narrowed the distance or the power that the Republicans had. And in fact, I think right now the Senate doesn't have supermajority anymore. It used to have supermajority. So Georgia House Speaker David Ralston, some great reports coming in. Anything on any of the races out there? Anything local? Are you seeing anything? What do you have, Rick? What are you seeing?
It's being reported that Georgia might not report till tomorrow morning because of the water main break at the stadium, where all the voting was taking place. They can't count votes there at the Phillips Arena.
Water break.
Is that? Do you have that?
I have a Fannin County update.
What about the Phillips Arena, the water break there?
I haven't seen anything about that.
Where did you find that?
It's being reported on all the national news.
Okay. So they might not be able to count that tonight?
They don't think that they're going to be able to totally count Fulton County until tomorrow morning at the earliest. We might not know what's going on in Georgia tonight, according to those reports. Now, you guys might see something different, and I would defer to you.
Okay. Anything else anybody is seeing around the...
We have Johnny Searcy winning post 1 and Fannin 5
Do
to
what?
Johnny Searcy for Fannin post 1 commissioner.
Do you have your mic on? I can...
Yeah. I have
All
it
right.
on. Early voting. Johnny Searcy for early voting.
All right.
Still can't hear me. He's up 5 to 1 in early voting.
So Johnny Searcy's up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else? We got anything on the Pickens race?
They're still counting absentee ballots.
And they won't release any of the numbers until then?
No, that's what I've been told, and there's nothing
Okay.
on the Secretary of State's website
North
either.
Carolina? Is anything?
Cawthorn won.
The presidential.
Presidential. Let's look at the map here on the interactive map, and let's go over North Carolina, and then tell us what the Washington Post.
Dead heat.
Right now, 91%. What's the Washington Post saying?
I have the New York Times up first.
What do they have?
They have 89% in and 49.8 for Trump and 49 for Biden.
And who is that? Oh, you have that there? Is that the New York? Which one's that? The New York Times? And that's North Carolina. The New York Times is showing neck and neck there, right there, huh?
The Washington Post has it shaded in red now for Trump, but it's the same numbers, basically.
But they're shading it over in red now? They feel it might go red?
Yes.
Okay, go up to Ohio there quickly. And Ohio, Trump 51-46. Run down to Texas with 79. Okay, 51-47. Go over to Florida quickly there. Florida, and we're seeing a 51-47. I just don't know why that's not been called.
He won by 116,000 votes last time, and needs 400,000 votes up with 94% in?
All right, let's run over to Arizona there, Tiffany, really quick.
That's going to be gone.
Yeah, that's,
Oh, jeez.
that's going blue.
What do you think happened there? Stay on that one for a minute. What do you think happened in Arizona?
Too many people sliding out of California. Moving out of California, and the next closest state with the same climate and same temperament, Arizona.
Yeah, but what I don't get is the reasons they leave California, they vote in where they go.
Well, I understand that. That's happening all over.
Yeah,
wherever.
I understand. It's like it's right here in Georgia. I mean, they leave New York and they leave everywhere, which we're hey, glad you're here, but
Glad you're here, but don't bring your politics.
yeah,
with you.
what did you leave for? The tax rates, your quality of life is why you come. The tax rates.
It's just like Oregon and Washington. I mean, 40 years ago, they had the saying in Oregon, "Don't Californicate Oregon."
Is anybody calling Arizona yet? Because is there variables? Look around on Arizona, see if anybody's calling it. Go up to Utah for a minute.
79%.
Utah.
He should win that.
All right, move over to Nevada. They're not closed yet. Nothing's in, right? They're not closed. They're on the coast. Okay.
Pacific.
Let's go all the way back over to Georgia, and then let's run up to right now. Trump this is the New York Times we're looking at, and then let's run all the way up to New Hampshire just to. All right.
Wow.
Huh.
Yeah, Biden's probably going to take all of New England.
Yeah, that flipped around.
Now, Minnesota and Wisconsin are important too.
Let's see Minnesota and Wisconsin. Let's go to Minnesota. Minnesota, you have Biden 64-36. But what percent is coming in there? 34. All right, let's go over to Wisconsin.
Hopefully the president can hold Wisconsin.
And let's go to Michigan.
And that one looks pretty good.
That's strong.
But again, these mail-in ballots are the scary
They're
part.
variables. I think Lee was a big enough. I think our report out of Pennsylvania, we could probably mirror that across a couple of these different states, could we not?
All the Rust Belt states.
Right.
Ohio is vital. We've got to win Ohio. We've got to win Pennsylvania. I was noticing Texas. Texas it's closer than I would have ever had thought it would be. Again, California's bleeding into Texas, but that's happened fast. And they've got a lot of mail-in ballots that are going to be coming into Texas as well.
Can you do me a favor? I want to jump back because we're not far from calling a race. I hope by 11 tonight we can get. With what you're saying, it's possible in Fulton County with the water main break. We may not get this tonight, but can you go to our Georgia Senate special election graphic with Collins and Warnock in them? All right, go there and stay there for a minute. Can you go New York Times or whichever one, Georgia Secretary of State? Can you give us what this is showing right now, this race, Lauren?
It's showing Kelly Loeffler 28.45%, Doug Collins at 22.84%, Warnock has 28.82%.
Okay, what is the numbers as far as
109 counties reporting out of
109 out of what?
159.
159, right. So 109. So we got 50 counties left. We need to look at where those are at. And right now, Kelly's leading Collins. What was that number one more time?
It was 28-23.
Do you have the raw votes?
I have the Secretary of State website.
Okay.
What say you? Is
Well, one of those counties is going to be DeKalb. I know it, and Warnock's going to run away and hide in DeKalb County.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but my question is, do you think Loeffler gets the second slot? Well, first of all, do you feel still at this time there'll be a runoff in this? Warnock's not coming away with 50 plus one vote. So
Before we answer that question, may I throw another question out to the panel?
go for it.
Because I've been wrestling with this in my mind all night long, and I think you've smiled. I think you know where I'm going with this. Does it matter if we have 2 runoffs in this state and take the names and the faces away from the parties? We got one runoff with a Republican and a Democrat, another runoff with a Republican and a Democrat. Is the Republican state of Georgia strong enough to easily carry both of those elections as a standalone each if we have 2 runoffs?
I don't think it will be easily done, but you may remember Saxby Chambliss several years ago when we got into a runoff. And fortunately, the RNC sends out a lot of money to try to protect those seats.
And keep in mind also, my humble opinion is that Democrats typically don't turn out well for a runoff election.
Well, I think I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell
you
the answer to your question is going to be if it's 2 seats that give the Democrats control. That will be a big determining. Now, if we get down tonight when we're done, and we'll look at it in a minute, and Democrats need 2 seats to control the Senate, that's going to make your question very, very big. But I don't know if Purdue is doing well.
I'm confused at the premise that you're proposing.
I'm going to have to do it after the break. I'm getting the cut. Do you have something before we go to break?
Yes, I have Donald Trump winning Missouri.
State of Missouri for Donald Trump. We will be back right after this. We have some more people calling in, and I'm your host, BKP. Hey, folks, we're back. Election night, FYN 2020. And I'm your host, BKP. We have Joanne DePlanky. We have Ethan Underwood, Rick Gluckert, and Bruce Conti over here on the breaking news and decision desk. Natalie Kissel. Folks, you need to be following this on Twitter, at Fetcher News, at FYNTV, and at BKP Politics. Also, she's putting out stuff all night long on Twitter and Facebook. Lauren Souther over here going through the New York Times, Washington Post, the network, seeing who is calling what. And Tiffany Morgan doing a great job as we need our graphics up here on the big screen. Rick, read that tweet. Can you get that really quick? We got
Sure.
What did Governor Ron DeSantis from Florida?
This is a friend of ours who watches the show, and she's down in South Florida.
We have a friend down in South Florida?
We do.
We do.
Well, Rick does.
Sorry.
Important distinction.
By the way, Rick has a friend down in South
Right.
Florida.
Debbie sends
Got
this
that,
message.
Cindy?
Governor DeSantis and Senator Rubio have tweeted, "Why are the networks not calling Florida for Trump with 94% of the votes in?"
And
we've been saying this
Fetcher
for
News
an
should
hour.
Call it.
You want me to call
I
it?
want you to call it.
You know what it is? Would you put up, please? I don't mean to be.
No,
Would
go
you
for
put
it.
up the large map with the total numbers of votes across the top that we've been looking at all night long? Okay, where are those votes that were sliding along? Is that a different? Yeah, there they are. 100 for Trump. Biden's at 131. Do the math. How many votes in Florida?
29.
And you put 29 up there. Look at the
There you
optics.
go.
Well, remember,
Okay.
Missouri's already been called
And
for Trump as well.
Missouri's
Yeah,
And
called.
Missouri as well.
Right? Put Missouri red.
Guess who just went ahead?
Uh-huh.
And those are optics that the media does not want
You
you
want to
to
leave
see.
Florida red?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's take
I'm
a
just
vote.
saying.
Let's take. Let's,
Well, all I wanted to do was point out the optics if they were to put up Florida. Now, Missouri has got to be up there. I'm just saying.
Let's
Outside the box.
let's leave Florida red for now.
Is there any way we can look at the states
You
that are
heard it
leaning
first here, folks.
blue and red? I mean, if we did the whole 50 states,
Oh, let's not go there.
Wait, yes.
where the electoral would be right now?
What do you have?
Now Trump's ahead 52 to
I was going to
45.
say, I've made
Holy
Virginia
cow.
Wait a
red.
minute,
I
tell
put-
us that again.
They've called Virginia early. Fox and New York Times have. Washington Post has not. But now Trump's leading 52 to 45 in Virginia with 55%
How in
in.
the world is that?
All right, so 55 in, 52, 40, and you're saying Washington Post has not called it yet?
They haven't called it. They
let's-
have it shaded red, actually, but they haven't called it.
They have it shaded red, but they haven't called it.
And
Can
one
you
more-
go back over Virginia, show what the numbers are?
Go to the interactive map again there and let's go to Virginia.
Because I saw
Oh.
those numbers about an hour
Also
ago.
in North Carolina.
52 to 45.
Yeah.
Way
Go ahead, North Carolina.
Also in North Carolina, Roy Cooper won his re-election. That's a Democrat in North Carolina, and that race hasn't been called yet.
The governor?
Yeah.
Okay. So the
How
governor,
how much of the state is reported?
In which state?
Virginia.
56.
55.
55. Oh.
All right, so wait a minute. Let's get this straight. Roy Cooper, the lockdown governor of North Carolina. I had to do it. I'm sorry. North Carolina, you're still on lockdown. Roy Cooper will continue to be your governor in North Carolina. He's won re-election. Can you do us a favor? Check. Let's go to the graphics in North Carolina, the Senate race that you have there. North Carolina. Let's check on that one real quick. Get me some numbers on Cal Cunningham and is it Thom Tillis? Is that
Tom.
Tom?
Silent H.
Tom Tillis. All right, let's get some numbers on North Carolina. Cal Cunningham, that happens to be staying with his sister right now. That's true. Bruce, will you back me on that?
Well, at least
I
he
heard-
didn't
I
marry.
heard.
You heard that?
Yeah, I heard that.
At least he didn't marry his sister like some people in Minnesota did.
Omar?
Yeah.
Where's this show going after 10? I did not tell you.
How about some people in Delaware?
Yeah.
We're all a little punch drunk now.
I didn't tell you after 10 o'clock we could start.
Sister-in-law.
All right.
When
I
did the
have-
party start?
Wait a minute, what do we have
I have
here?
Tom Till's numbers. Tom Tillis is up 48.5% to Cal Cunningham's 47.2% with 92% of the vote in.
One more time because it came out of my ear.
Okay. Tom Tillis has 48.5%. Cal Cunningham has 47.2%, and 92% is reported of the vote.
Is there third-party candidates in there as well?
Shannon Bray's Libertarian, he has 3%. Kevin Hayes, Constitution, he has 1%.
Okay. But Tom Tillis, ooh, I'll get that after 10 here, Republican Tillis, we're going with that. He is up right now in North Carolina. You said 92% recorded,
yes.
Reporting? Okay, on that one there.
But that may be the same situation we're talking about with Senator Perdue here in Ossoff. If he can't get over that 50% plus one.
Well, I have to say, can we look that up? Is North Carolina a 50% state?
Not all of them are.
Not all are.
Maybe we luck out on that one.
I don't know if North Carolina, Georgia is a 50 plus one.
We have some research desk to do that.
Yeah, could you look up and see if North Carolina is a 50% state or if that would be a runoff?
Well, that gets back to what we were talking about during the break. Is okay, if we end up with runoff, when we're going to have some runoffs, where do the Democrats, where the Republicans really start putting their money to try to win? I mean, that would certainly be a great one to maintain. We try to maintain a Southern senator in North Carolina and to keep that state from going as blue as it has been.
Let's go back to the national interactive map, and I want to put some scenarios up now that we've done enough while you're looking at that. Let's go back to the presidential. Thank you there. We're going to leave Florida red for right now, okay? And we have Missouri in. So that would be 139. Let's look for the map for a minute, okay? Let's go ahead and highlight Texas red. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. These we're going to take off, Tiffany, in a minute, but leave them up there. Let's go ahead and highlight Georgia red.
Minnesota blue.
Let's go ahead and give Ohio to Trump. And
Michigan.
Pennsylvania. Where do we go from here?
Michigan.
39 short.
Michigan.
You want to go ahead? Let's go ahead and go Michigan. He's got to have Michigan.
Utah and Idaho are going to go for Trump.
All right, Utah.
I'm not sure about Utah. It's neck and neck.
Idaho.
Montana.
Probably Montana too.
Montana's that's where they've got that
Montana, and let's go to Iowa. I'm
Senate
giving him.
Well, why don't you
four
give the
short.
blues to Biden that belong there all the way.
That's why he really could have used Arizona.
Huh?
He really could have used Arizona.
Well, if he was North Carolina, he's over.
So let's go to North Carolina.
Yeah, it's over then.
Yep.
Can you remember which ones to pull off? Go ahead and pull the ones off. Make sure we don't leave any up so we have it wrong.
Iowa.
Ohio.
It's Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Iowa.
That's it, right there. 139 is what we had.
Yep.
You're going to leave Florida up, right?
We'll leave Florida up for now.
Based on the
Rick and
information
Ron agree on that.
DeSantis and Rubio.
Yeah, we're going to leave that up based on that tweet that we got out from those two right there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to. Let me look at something really quick and show the audience at home. Let's go to the Senate map, the second one from the presidential. We didn't show that earlier. Right now we have
49, 46.
Let's go to the current state right there of what it looks like, 53-45. And we're going to trade. I don't know if this is let's go to the interactive map.
The shaded ones are the ones in play.
So Alabama has flipped, right?
Yes.
Turn Alabama blue.
No, you have to go back to that last
I mean
map.
red. I'm sorry. It's there,
Oh,
right?
okay. Yeah.
What do you have?
Unofficial, but so don't talk it on the newspaper.
What, Alabama?
And Colorado was blue.
I've heard
South Carolina
no, nothing
is
about that.
What you heard? What?
Collins conceded.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
I got the same information.
Yeah.
What?
That Collins conceded to.
Collins
Leffler.
conceded to Leffler.
Okay. Put that back up.
Where are the numbers?
Put the Collins back up and Loeffler. And we're understanding now, folks, that Congressman Doug Collins has conceded the race to Kelly Loeffler, Senator Kelly Loeffler, and he has conceded. And do you have the numbers on that?
The final votes I still have is 22.85% for Collins, and Loeffler has 28.38%.
28.3. So it looks like it'll be a Raphael. What's Warnock have right now?
Warnock is at 28.83%.
28.
Neck and neck.
So neck and neck.
I've got something on Virginia, Brian, if you'd like
What do
to
you
hear
got?
it.
Because we got to. Are we ready for break now?
5 minutes.
Okay. 4 minutes.
Fox called Virginia saying based on how voting went today and the analytics they have polled over the mail-in and early voting, they were calling it for Biden even though Trump is ahead right now.
So they're saying that they have variables that would show
The
Biden.
analytics, yeah.
Okay.
So they call it like that, but then they don't call Florida.
Go figure.
Very good point. We can get them to do all the variables and run the statistics and write the algorithms. They got all that down pat for Virginia, but we can't get a call out of Florida. I got that. That's pretty good. I like that. So, folks, we're going to be going to break, and at this break, we're going to be saying that we understand that Congressman Doug Collins, he was outspent 5-1. And we'll talk about the money spent by Kelly Loeffler to get in this runoff. I have a big question when we come back, and I really do, because if we're switching to a runoff, I've got a whole new list of questions for Republicans. All right, when we come back, we're going to have at 11 o'clock. We're supposed to have an update report from Vernon Jones, and he is the Democrat state representative here at the Trump Hotel. All right. Here is the, can you get the Facebook for when we come back? Go to Doug Collins' Facebook and clip it out so we can put it on the screen. I just called, this is Doug Collins on his Facebook page. I just called Kelly Loeffler and congratulated her on making the runoff. She has my support and endorsement. I look forward to all Republicans coming together. Raphael Warnock would be a disaster for Georgia and America. That's from Doug Collins conceding to Kelly Loeffler in the race. So we're going to take a, I want to find that so we can put it on the screen as soon as we come back. I think Congressman Collins is answering one of the questions, and you know, the big word that I like to try to pronounce, coalesce. Okay, my question is, will Republicans come together? Do you think they will?
Yes.
Truly, I do.
How big is it that Collins in the 9th District step forward first to tell the 9th District?
I think it's a very gracious act, and I think he sets the tone for the Republicans coming together by doing that.
Yes.
Exactly right.
Agreed.
Because that's my question going in is, will Republicans in the 9th District support Kelly Loeffler?
If he turned a blind eye and just said, I'm over it, I'm done, that would have left a bad taste going forward.
Yeah, but he endorsed her full-heartedly.
Exactly.
So done and dusted.
Smart move.
Well, and the 9th District has shown that we believe in the Republican principles. We don't just talk about them. We believe them, and we expect our representatives to model them. And looking at Loeffler versus Warnock, I mean, there's no choice. I mean, Senator Loeffler has had the president's back in the time she's in there. Raphael Warnock is an extreme liberal. There's
Absolutely.
no choice.
We're going to cover that when we get back. Congressman Collins has conceded to Kelly Loeffler. I'm your host, BKP. We're going to take a break. We'll be back after these short messages.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
Circuit World has complete queen bedroom packages at amazing prices. Get this queen bed, dresser and mirror, 1 nightstand, bedding set, and free 32-inch TV, all for only $1799.99 or $129.99 a month. Or get this complete queen bedroom set and sleep in style, also for only $1799.99 or $129.99 a month. What an incredible deal! Stop in today at one of our 5 locations and get the furniture you've always wanted at Circuit World.
Welcome to Mountain Valley Motors. Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Fiat vehicles available, plus a wide selection of quality used vehicles. Located at 7535 Appalachian Highway in Blue Ridge, we treat the needs of each individual customer with paramount concern. We know that you have high expectations, and as a car dealer, we enjoy the challenge of meeting and exceeding those standards each and every time. Allow us to demonstrate our commitment to excellence. Our experienced sales staff is eager to share its knowledge and enthusiasm with you. We encourage you to browse our online inventory, schedule a test drive, and investigate financing options. Visit us online or call us at 706-516-1053.
Hi, I'm Rhonda the Mattress Lady, and this is my husband Gary, owners of Mattress Overstocked in Ella next to Walmart. And we want to earn your business. From the time you walk in our door to the time we deliver your new mattress to your door, you will see the difference. Our selection and prices are the best in North Georgia, and customer service is our top priority. So y'all come on in and let us help you find the right mattress at the right price. That's Mattress Overstocked in Ella next to Walmart.
Hey folks, we're back. Election night FYN 2020 coverage here. I'm your host BKP. Ethan Underwood had to leave us tonight, so he is out. We're taking it home, guys. You ready?
So you
ready? We're bringing it home. We're looking forward to a couple more call-ins tonight. Hopefully, we're going to keep an eye on the phone. We're expecting at 11 o'clock around this time. Vernon Jones, Georgia State Democratic Representative Vernon Jones is at the Trump Hotel there in Washington, D.C. So we're waiting to see if he calls back in with a little more update and how exciting it is there at the Trump Hotel. And then we're going to wrap up at 11:53. If you were with us earlier, Lee Snover gave us a Pennsylvania report. Very good details there, but tells us that we probably won't see anything out of Pennsylvania till in the morning. So could be a long night. We're going to be here another hour. We reported, we have Bruce, Rick, Reese, and Joeen here taking us for the last hour of our broadcast. We want to thank Natalie, Lauren, and Tiffany over here, all the graphics. We do have a report on the Pickens County Commission Chair. It looks like Chris Stansel, the Republican candidate there, handily won. Pickens County will be the next Pickens County chair. And I tell you what, just bringing it back to the 9th District here in local, one of the biggest races in our area. Rob Jones just spent 16 years as commission chair. Pickens County, he was 8 years as sole commissioner, and then another 8 years as a commission. They have a 3-man commission there now. And that's a lot of time in a county. So it's headed in a new direction. Chris Stansel, the Republican candidate, was challenged by an independent, David Schaus. And Schaus has come up short. Chris Stansel will be the new commission chair there. Now, did you clip that out, or can we put that up, the Collins? Can you put that up? Folks, this is from Congressman Doug Collins, if you can get that on the screen. Thank you, Michael. I just called, and this is at Kelly Loeffler. That's the Senator Kelly Loeffler. So we here at FYN want to congratulate. The race is not over. The total percent is not in. The vote's not counted. But it looks like she will be taking on Warnock there. He has called to congratulate her. She has my support. We talked before in the break. That's big. That is big. That Collins came out very quick, very decisive, and put his support behind the Republican. And why do you think he did that so fast, Joey?
Because he knows it's important that the Republicans pull together, and so that we don't lose that Senate seat. And I, for one, I've been very vocal, against Kelly Loeffler, but she certainly has my support and vote. And I really appreciate Doug Collins, standing up and saying that that he supports her and she has his endorsement, because that means those, especially in the 9th District, where he has been our congressman for years, it means a lot to us.
So you're ready to say the same thing the congressman is, that you're ready to support her for Senate over Raphael Warnock?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. What about you, Reese?
Well, Brian, I congratulate Senator Loeffler on advancing to the runoff, and I also applaud Congressman Collins for the move he made. It'll be very key to the decision whenever we vote in the runoff on January 6th, I believe. If you look at the data from the 2018 governor's race, Brian Kemp won by 57,000 votes, I believe. And that margin that he won by, a lot of it came because of his margin of victory in the 9th Congressional District. Our district can offset the liberal Atlanta vote. And Doug Collins is a very popular congressman here. So his endorsement of Kelly Loeffler could be key to getting the turnout we need in January.
And that will be important. And I tell you what, in that race against Warnock, Collins didn't have the money to run. And that was the concern. And my understanding is the big money donors, he got shut out. He got my understanding is he got a lot of, hey, we got your back, we like you, we hope you're the guy, but we can't put no money in right now. And I think he heard a lot of that. The people that really work in these elections in Georgia did not work in his campaign. A lot of variables that he was going up against, not just money, and getting shut out. That being said, Loeffler will now be matched with money because Warnock has been endorsed by, Obama, Stacey Abrams. I mean, the list goes on. Mm-hmm. And this is one we talked about earlier, that the Democrats may feel they got a shot at this. And if Loeffler's already, put 30 million whatever, and special interest groups have put over, I think, total over 50 million into this race to get a shot at a runoff, she better get ready because the Democrats will pour the money in for Raphael Warnock. They'll see that. So
yeah, the latest numbers I saw here, 28.5 million for Kelly Loeffler, almost 22 million for Raphael Warnock.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's matched her almost dollar for dollar.
Exactly, and he will have the money. Okay, do we have anything else as far as calling any races?
Yes, we have 3 races to call for Joe Biden.
Okay, go ahead and put the big screen up.
Oh, what a shock.
Which ones?
Washington,
West Coast,
Oregon, and California.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, but Idaho has been called for Trump, according to the New York Times.
Okay, so we have a full, and you know what? Can we go to the interactive map there and let's look at California. Let's look at the vote. I can't see it from here.
Very little reporting.
0% in. They've just called it.
They're just throwing in the towel.
Yeah.
Just throwing it in.
Yeah.
And the thing I want to look at later, because I think Trump will do better than expected on the West Coast.
I have one more race to call.
What do you got?
New Hampshire for Biden.
All right. Okay, go ahead, back.
You see, in that, Brian, that's totally contrary to what we were saying before.
What's that?
They threw California in, even though we kind of knew that that was going to happen, before there's any votes even counted.
Right.
But would they do the same for Florida, with 94% of the vote in and Trump up by 400,000 votes? It's all about optics on those big numbers. Now,
well, that's 209.
And we're back to the fact that most of the polls that were out there didn't even start the count until he got to 212. These were the expected states.
Yeah.
Well, now you're getting close to those numbers
Now
you
it's
talked
not
about
cut and
earlier, because 209, he's 61 away.
I have another race to call.
Biden, which one?
Utah for Trump.
Utah.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Okay, but you look, if Arizona goes, Biden's at 220.
What's
he
the
wins the
numbers
state.
on Virginia right now?
Virginia.
Go over to the interactive and let's
16.
look at.
Isn't it?
52-46.
It's the same as earlier, but 58% of the vote
Is
in.
that 58% in?
Now, does the Washington Post still have it shaded?
Yes.
Light pink?
Yes.
All right.
What was it? They've got
But they have
Virginia
Iowa
light
shaded
pink?
light blue.
Huh?
They have Iowa shaded light blue.
Okay. So, all right. And what do we have there? Biden is up 53-45 in Iowa. What are we looking at in North Carolina with 95% in?
Donald Trump 50% and Joe Biden 48.7.
Okay. And
70
let's go up to Ohio. 53-45. Trump, let's move over to PA. Okay, 56-42. Let's move to Michigan. Trump, okay, right now, but that's going to be a long night. Let's move over to Wisconsin. Trump still narrowly there. What's the number in 45? And up to Minnesota. Okay.
Doesn't look like he's going to flip that.
Can we go to the Senate race in Iowa?
Iowa Senate
hold
race.
on.
Let's pull them up and go check it. Be the graphic. Go to graphics and go to Iowa and see what the Senate race looks like for Joni Ernst and.
You ready?
Yes.
With 49% in, I have Teresa Greenfield with 52.5% and Joni Ernst with 44.8%.
Ooh.
Okay, so maybe trouble in Iowa tonight. What do you think that is about, Rick?
I'm not sure.
I couldn't hear the numbers.
I'm not sure because I thought Joni came on strong at the end. I'm a little bit taken back.
How much of Iowa's reporting?
49.
She might have hidden pockets.
Yeah.
Let's look at, before we go to close, pull up on that same list of graphics, pull up the Georgia 6th Congressional District with Karen Handel and Lucy McBath. What are you showing on that one?
One moment. I have Karen Handel 44.68%, Lucy McBath 55.32%.
Okay, and how much reporting?
0 of 3 precincts, so that's been like that all night.
Okay. Let's go to the 7th district and look at that.
I have Rich McCormick 46.39% and Carolyn Bordeaux 53.61% with 0 of 2 precincts reporting.
Okay. So we're going to be waiting on those. Right now we have Doug Jones flipping and Cory Gardner losing out in Colorado. Is that the only 2 Senate flips we have right now? Yeah. That's it. Let's go and look at North Carolina really quick. Pull that one up on the graphic.
You know, one thing on North Carolina, on the presidential race, or really all of these races, they have until November 12th to count the ballots. November 12th. That's 9 days.
Yes.
Tom Tillis is in the lead.
What do you have on this one?
For Senate, I have Tom Tillis with 48.7% and Cal Cunningham with 47%, with 94% of the vote in.
94% of the
Yes.
vote in. Did you say roughly 1% separates them?
Yes, and then 3% for the Libertarian candidate Shannon Bray.
Okay, did we find out if North Carolina is a 50% state?
It is.
It is. So if the Libertarian keeps him from crossing the 50 mark, there'll be a runoff?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's in North Carolina. It looks like we're going to have a busy election's not over after tonight. Let me see what kind of message I have in here. This message came in from a political activist, the co-founder of the Atlanta Tea Party, Debbie Dooley. I won't vote for her, and control of the Senate will not be at stake. We will never get her out. So there's someone already saying she will not vote for Debbie Dooley. You have something else? Oh, I thought you had
Check
something
and
else.
see if Florida was just called, please.
Was Florida called?
I have it that it was.
Who
No.
called it?
Unless Fox News called it. Fox News has called it, but that's...
She didn't tell me who. She
Fox
just
News
said,
has called
Fox
Florida?
She said finally Florida just called.
And it's gone for Trump. Go back to the big board.
But it was called here first.
Exactly. That's exactly what we didn't have to shade it in, did we, Joey? And we took the chance,
Right.
didn't we?
So you need to...
We rolled the dice.
Okay.
Folks, we have called Florida right now 149 209. There's going to be a lot happen in the next 45 minutes of this show. Don't go away. We'll be right back with our election coverage. Hey folks, election night FYN 2020. We are back. I'm your host BKP. We've got about 40 minutes left on the air here. Want to thank our floor manager tonight, Lonnie Adams, for letting me know back and forth, like cut and come back, and because it's getting that time of night. I need that little extra help, huh, Bruce? Want to thank Bruce and Rick. They before I get going here, I want to thank them. They filled in for me this morning on the show so we could continue to get all this ready for tonight. So thanks for hosting the show. While Joeen is here, the three of them are on our all-star political panel. You can catch these three. Joeen fills in from time to time, but Bruce and Rick, they're on our all-star political panel on Friday morning on FYNTV.com, approximately 8:45. We do that every week. Reese, we're going to take this opportunity right now to invite you up. Come see us one Friday morning. Love to have you up. We're really enjoying you being here tonight. Our other panelists, before we get into some more calls, Richie Stone earlier tonight was over with us. Ethan Underwood that was with us earlier also. So, guys, we've only got about 40 minutes in. We have filled in the blanks on the states we expected. We have a couple that we're concerned about. I thought Iowa was up for Trump, and I don't know where we're at there, and also Arizona. So I don't know where we're at there. How much of Arizona, you said earlier, Rick, you think it's from California move-ins is one of the variables there, that Arizona could be moving a little more blue?
We have a close friend out there in the Tucson area, and he's basically echoed that sentiment, or I'm echoing his sentiment, that the people are sliding out of California, to try to get away from the onerous taxes, the crumbling school system, the
regulations.
Yeah, the regulations that are being imposed. They want to have fossil fuel cars within 20 years, which has now been banned. So there's a lot of reasons that people are naturally attriting out of there and moving not only to Arizona, but like we said earlier, to Texas and to Georgia. That's why some of these states are in play, because you've got people coming over here that have brought everything with them, including their ideological values and their political leanings. Yep. So we've got to continue to to fight those new battles. It's not like the old days where Georgia's always red, New York's always blue. Stand up, sit down, fight, fight, fight. So that's my take.
Reese, you.
Brian, I'd like to make a point about Arizona. I know historically many of us have thought of it as a red state. But I would point out, think about the shade of red that it is. This is the state who, for many years, their senators were John McCain and Jeff Flake, who were true moderate Republicans. So it might have been a red state, but in my mind, it's been a moderate Republican state. So it didn't really take too many liberals moving into the state to tilt it to being a full-on purple state or potentially a blue state.
I think that's a strong statement, because I do think you have to put that in there and stop when you say Arizona. Let's not forget John McCain, moderate at best. We'll just say that the guy that was thinking about Lieberman being, his running mate. So that being said, and Jeff Flake, and let's not waste our time. Powerful point, but it's made. All right. I'm sorry, I don't want to get rolling on Jeff Flake, but I think you're exactly given the reasons why we have it shaded in. Do you have anything else over there right now? Nothing new?
Nothing's been called since our last update.
Okay, nothing since the last update. Let's talk about the President of the United States. Do me a favor, put the graphic up of Biden, just Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Biden ran a campaign where he drove 35 miles to Philadelphia twice a week, picked up lottery tickets, and went back home. I mean, you know, because they have the mega ball in Philly and they don't in Delaware, you know?
Don't forget when he went to the shore for lobster rolls.
Right. So, but I mean, have you ever in your lifetime seen anybody campaign like Donald Trump? I've never seen anybody campaign like Donald Trump.
We covered a segment on the show this morning talking about the fact that in 2020 alone, he had 84 rallies. Wikipedia's got a really, really interesting case study on all the rallies that he's done, whether they be thank you rallies or campaign rallies in every year. And I mean, I think the total number is 400 and some, but in 2020 alone, he did 82 rallies. And you look at the number of people that have attended those rallies on short notice, upwards of 24 hours.
Yes.
In some cases.
And in fact, that's the real point there, is the fact that have you ever seen any president be able to get that kind of people together, numbers of people together on such short notice? And I don't mean like, 2,000 or whatever. I mean, we're talking about 50,000. And the one that in Northampton County was unbelievable. I mean,
Bucks County, 57,000.
Well, the one, she's talking about,
the other one.
Butler
is what I meant.
57,000, but she's talking about the one in Northampton that they wouldn't let them use the airport. They had to find a private place, and they had to do it within 24 hours to pull it all together. The shuttle buses.
Trump's team called at around midnight Friday night to say, okay, we're coming. They won't let us come to the airport. They finally found another place and got all the buses, and it was 8 o'clock Saturday night that she was able to invite people, because she was told now it's confirmed. 8 o'clock Saturday night for something that's 10 o'clock Monday morning, a work day, pouring down rain and freezing cold, and they got 10 or 12,000 people there just like that. And that's
an equal amount lining the streets, I understand.
Yes.
Yes, and exactly. So, I mean, I've never seen nothing like this. A lot of concern tonight about what have you heard in the last week?
Brian.
Biden, do you have something?
Fox called Arizona for Biden.
They did?
Yes, but no one else has yet.
No one but Fox, but Fox has called Arizona for Biden.
Yes.
What are the numbers?
And Iowa's now like razor thin.
Huh?
The Iowa percentage difference is like razor thin right now.
Let's pull up our interactive map. Let's go to our interactive map.
Yeah, I had Arizona for Biden.
And you have Arizona, just go over there right now, and they are calling that for Joe Biden. Is that correct, Fox News?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the other one that's razor thin?
Iowa. It's 49 Joe Biden, 49.5 Joe Biden, and then Donald Trump 48.7.
Oh, good.
How much in?
64.
64. So Iowa still possibly could turn red.
A lot of room left.
A lot of room there in that one, but you're seeing Arizona is, and the New York Times is not called Arizona or the Washington Post. Okay.
And Ohio's now 86%.
What is Ohio at?
Ohio's 53.1% Trump and 45.4
with
Biden.
86 in. I wonder when they're going to call Ohio. Let's roll over to Pennsylvania still. Trump is still running strong in Pennsylvania. Michigan. Trump's still running strong.
Yeah.
54.
Wisconsin.
51.3 to 47.
Okay, let's go to our national map. And let's go ahead and make Arizona blue for now. And that brings Joe Biden to 220. So and remember to take these off, Tiffany. So right now, let's say.
Arizona was called.
Yeah, Fox called Arizona for Biden.
Right.
Right, we're giving it to him.
Okay.
Right. But let's remember to take these off. So let's go ahead and give Texas to Trump right now. Let's give Georgia.
What are the numbers?
Let's say North Carolina comes in for Trump. Let's say Pennsylvania and Ohio. All right, that would be 256. Let's say Iowa does make the move, go red.
Minnesota's blue.
Okay, wait a minute. So that would be 262, 220, with the 3 not in at the top. What's your thought here on prediction?
Michigan.
Several sources that I researched today said that the 5 states that Trump has to have, if he is to have a path to 270, is North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Florida, Georgia, and Arizona.
So
I don't know if that bodes well.
I do think Arizona was big. I do think Arizona was bigger. But as you can see, that would be 262 right there if the map colored in like that, which would leave Trump at just needing Wisconsin or Michigan. Nevada doesn't do it. Montana or Nevada does not do it right there.
What's
Well,
Virginia?
just for the sake of argument, give Nevada and Montana and Minnesota to Joe.
All right, go ahead and turn those blue.
Okay, and I know about Maine. I mean, Maine's an outlier. So, yeah, Michigan or Wisconsin,
Either one.
He wins.
He may take both of those.
What is Virginia at now?
Virginia,
What is Virginia showing on the interactive?
Virginia's still been called
61%
blue.
in, but 47.5 for Biden and 50.8%
It's
for
close,
Trump.
and I have watched Virginia do that later in the night turn. I've watched it as returns come in. All right, let's take. Can you remember the ones we're taking off? Because we don't
Yeah.
want to. Okay.
Yeah.
Texas,
And
take
Nevada.
Texas off. And then did you take Iowa off?
Idaho.
No,
No,
Idaho's
Idaho's been
called.
called.
All right.
Oh, okay.
So that's where we're at right now.
Yep.
But what about Maine? What's happening in Maine?
It's Biden's in the lead right now with 35% in, 51.7%, 45% for Trump.
35% of the vote counted.
Yes.
Yeah.
20 and
He'll probably take
149.
We need to remember in Maine that they have split electoral college votes.
Right.
So
Right.
there is potential to get one of those.
What are the numbers in Texas?
What is the interactive number in Texas? 5146 with 85% in.
That's
Trump.
that's a 500,000 lead. Yeah, that should hold up.
Huh? That should hold up. So, and I guess they're not calling Florida yet there. We're not ready to call Georgia and North Carolina.
Fox did call Florida.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
did call
Florida's-
Florida.
No, they haven't called it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They haven't shaded it in yet.
I got you.
Okay. All right, folks. Let me go with the 4 minutes we have. Let me just show you folks something at home. Tiffany, let's go to the state legislature. That's the interactive up there. I want to show you something right now, the current state, okay? In the United States right now, Republicans hold 29 state legislatures and Democrats hold 20, okay? The prediction tonight, go to 2021, okay? That's the prediction in the states that could move from 25 to 24. And what's important, go back to the actual again, the current, all right? What's important to this number, 29 and 20, is in 2020, the states will draw new legislative lines and districts. Redistricting comes in with the census. That's important. Let's go to the state legislature Senate, the next one. The next one over. Just to show you there, the current state right now is 31 Republican, 31 states. Their Senate is held by the Republicans, 19 Democrats. Look at what the projected flip is right now there. 29-21 is the projected. Okay, one more. The gubernatorial, before we go here, and the only ones that are up right now is the only ones that are up. There's 19 held by Republicans and 23 held by Democrats right now. And you see the ones up, and that turned blue earlier tonight. So we just wanted to show you that. We can show you a couple more. We're going to try to get one more update tonight out of Pennsylvania before we close. You do not want to leave there at 11:53. We want to get that update from PA to close our broadcast. We're going to try to see if we can get another call out of the Trump Hotel by our good friend Vernon Jones. We heard from him earlier. And then we'll have some closing statements. And you want to stay with us the rest of the night for our online segment that we will be continuing to tweet out and put results out that way. BKP here, let's take a break.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
Circuit World has complete queen bedroom packages at amazing prices. Get this queen bed, dresser and mirror, 1 nightstand, bedding set, and free 32-inch TV, all for only $1799.99 or $129.99 a month. Or get this complete queen bedroom set and sleep in style, also for only $1799.99 or $129.99 a month. What an incredible deal! Stop in today at one of our 5 locations and get the furniture you've always wanted at Circuit World.
Welcome to Mountain Valley Motors. Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Fiat vehicles available, plus a wide selection of quality used vehicles. Located at 7535 Appalachian Highway in Blue Ridge, we treat the needs of each individual customer with paramount concern. We know that you have high expectations, and as a car dealer, we enjoy the challenge of meeting and exceeding those standards each and every time. Allow us to demonstrate our commitment to excellence. Our experienced sales staff is eager to share its knowledge and enthusiasm with you. We encourage you to browse our online inventory, schedule a test drive, and investigate financing options. Visit us online or call us at 706-516-1053.
Hi, I'm Rhonda the Mattress Lady, and this is my husband Gary, owners of Mattress Overstocked in J next to Walmart. And we want to earn your business. From the time you walk in our door to the time we deliver your new mattress to your door, you will see the difference. Our selection and prices are the best in North Georgia, and customer service is our top priority. So y'all come on in and let us help you find the right mattress at the right price. That's Mattress Overstocked in J next to Walmart.
Hey folks, we're back. It's election night, FYN 2020, and I'm your host BKP. You know, I was sitting there, election night 2016, And I said, I'd like to do election night results. Let's do this, right? 4 years later, here we are, right? Let's not just sit home and text about it. Let's get on here and
mix it up
and talk about it. Glad to have Bruce, Rick, Reese, and Joeen here wrapping up. Want to thank Richie Stone, Ethan Underwood earlier tonight for being with us going through this. Want to give a big shout out to our social media, Natalie Kissel all night long on the Facebook and Twitter, at Fetcher News, at FYNTV, at BKP Politics. Give a shout out to Lauren Souther, FYN News Director, and Tiffany Morgan for keeping up with all these graphics and making them move very quickly throughout the night. So thank them. Don't forget, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., which we'll probably still be making election calls in the morning, but 8 a.m. BKP Politics will be back on the air tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. tomorrow. So, moving right along here, getting close to midnight. Do you think we will know tonight, or do you think this is going to drag out?
Mañana de la mañana.
Mañana?
Many mañanas. I mean, just based on the fact that the court orders that were imposed on Pennsylvania, the water main break at the stadium in Georgia, what are the other debacles that they've had? I mean, those two
none that we know of so far.
Yeah, those two states are huge, and then all of the ballots that haven't been counted. I mean, I don't think there were very few people that said that we would finish tonight. Are you agreed?
Absolutely agree.
Very, very few, if any. And some were saying it would be nice if we had a landslide. Either way, obviously we were hoping for Trump, but that would have settled it. Maybe we can still get to 270 tonight if Texas comes in, if Iowa flips the other way and Trump has just taken the lead, the ladies told us. We pick up Wisconsin or and Michigan and Ohio. We're not going to know about Pennsylvania, but that gets you pretty darn close.
There's one race I want to before we get back into looking at the presidential interactive map. Let's go to David Perdue, John Ossoff, and let's see where we're at on that one right there. David Perdue, Georgia U.S. Senate. There you go. Let's look at that one. And where are we at on that one, Lauren, right now?
Purdue, I have 54% in, and then John Ossoff 43.6 with 69% of the vote.
69%. So he's at 54. So it's very possible.
Keep in mind that they're subject to the same thing in Fulton County, and that's where Ossoff's votes are going to come from. When Fulton County comes in because of that water main break, most of those votes, I think, are going to go to Ossoff's way.
What's the vote differential?
Can you do math?
Fast with your math.
Let's go to the presidential map while
Yeah.
we're waiting to see that. We want to see a difference. Let's go to the presidential.
Let's
go to the interactive map. And we have 50% of Pennsylvania in right now. What is Georgia there? Georgia is 70% counted and 45. I don't know how far we're off from really being able to call Georgia. I don't know how much that would tighten up.
It's 300,000 votes.
I have something to say on Georgia. I know that because Fulton County naturally, like you said, is big, but they had on the news several times today the precincts from South Fulton and down in that area, which would probably be heavily Biden and Ossoff and whatever. There were no lines. You walked in and voted and left, and these were huge precincts. No lines.
Everybody early voted or by mail.
Yes, I understand they early voted.
Yeah, so
But we had people here in Gilmer County that were 50th in line over at South Ellijay at 7:15 in the morning.
The majority of the reports that were coming in Georgia lend itself for one to believe that the only people left over that were going to vote live were the Republicans, because all the Democrats voted either early or they voted by mail.
Well, even if
To
we
your
don't-
point.
Okay, but even if we don't know who the president is tomorrow, we won't have to watch any more of those ads, will we?
No. Okay, let's go to North Carolina. Let's look at that with 95% in. Trump hovering over the 50% mark there, 95% in. You know, enough of a gap there. 655. You know, he's not even 100,000 over yet, so there's still 85. Yeah, there's still 85,000
People
to
can
separate.
still vote for 9 days there.
No, they can't still vote for 9 days.
75.
They can't still vote. The vote they'll count them up to 9 days if they come in. They can't still vote.
I know that.
All right, let's go to Pennsylvania.
Theoretically.
And still strong there at 50%.
A million.
That's strong, and we're gonna call Lee to close tonight. We're gonna get a close on what's going on in PA. Again, move over to Iowa with 71% in, and that is showing 50% Trump. He's pulled in front, and do you think that's an indicator now it's going to he's going to take the state?
71% in? Let's say yes.
Let's move over to Ohio with 88% in. Ohio, you're Iowa, Ohio there. There you go. 52. And I tell you what, I don't see. Now, who is this? Is this the New York Times?
Yes.
Wonder why they don't have Arizona shaded in. If Fox has called it, I wonder why they don't have it. They still don't have Florida shaded in.
What's the latest on Arizona? That's 8 percentage points.
Yeah, that's.
It's 200,000 votes. Yeah,
I mean, that's 200,000 votes. I don't know what would be holding them up there. So.
What percentage of the votes are in? Is that only 21?
Let's look at what's the Martha McSally.
I can't see it. No,
Let's
75.
go. Let's go to the graphic for Arizona Senate, and let's look that up. Let's run a couple of these. Where's Martha McSally and Mark Kelly right now?
With 75% in, she has 44.9%, and Mark Kelly has 55.1%.
So that is a pickup for the Dems.
Yep.
Right there. That's a pickup for the Dems. Let's go to Montana. Go to Montana on there and look that one up. And this is one we haven't talked about. This is Steve Bullock. He is a former governor of Montana, also was a presidential candidate. And Steve Daines, the Republican, is the incumbent here. So this is another one they were looking to pick up. Where does the Montana stand?
With 26% in, Steve Bullock has 53%, and Steve Daines has 46%.
Okay, I think it might be too early there, but this could be a pickup because, you know, Steve Bullock was a popular governor in Montana.
Fox calls Ohio for Trump.
Fox called it. Do you have anything else on? Let's go back to the big board. Anybody? Has New York Times called it? Ohio? Let's go to our big board and go ahead and pick Ohio there. So we have Ohio at once. We're up at 167. That's big. I think Ohio is big. Go ahead, Bruce.
Could we look at the map and do like we did before? And
you want to run a couple scenarios now?
Well, yeah. Don't give Trump PA. Just give him Wisconsin and Michigan.
Right now, let's go with Wisconsin and Michigan.
And then all the other states
and
we did
Texas.
before.
And Texas.
Texas, North Carolina, Georgia.
And Georgia.
And
North
Iowa.
North Carolina, Georgia, and Iowa.
268.
That's what I'm telling you.
He's too short.
Yes.
If he doesn't get Pennsylvania.
What about Alaska?
Alaska. Yeah, put Alaska. 271.
Oh.
Yeah, Alaska's a given, I think.
Whoa. It is. It's a given.
Yeah,
so,
they don't think they close the polls till 11 o'clock at night.
All right, take those off, Tiffany. Can you remember those? Alaska, Michigan. No, Ohio stays. Georgia hasn't been called. North Carolina hasn't been called.
Texas hasn't been called.
Is that where we were? And Iowa has not been called.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, see, I got.
What's Nevada now?
I didn't give them North Carolina
Can you, the numbers on Nevada?
or Iowa.
6?
What is
Six
it,
votes,
Natalie?
Nevada, but there's nothing in.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Anyway, I end up with 269, which means he has to have that one from Maine.
Where do you get 269?
I didn't give him North Carolina or Minnesota, Iowa. Okay, I gave those to Biden, but I did give him Wisconsin and Michigan.
Why didn't you give him North Carolina?
He's up by
It's
a
too
million.
close.
Let's go
to
back to
call,
the
and
Senate
there's-
map. Let's go back to, let's go back to the graphics there, and I'm going to pick a Senate that I want to look at. I want to look at the Maine Senate right now, Maine up there. Give me some numbers on Maine.
Except I want to give Trump Virginia.
In Maine, Susan Collins is still in the lead with 24% in. She has 54% of the vote, and Sarah Gideon has 39%.
All right, go back to the graphics. Let me look at one more, because we're looking at the Senate tonight. Okay, it's time to cut. We're going to take a brief break. When we come back, we're not done, folks. We'll get another report out of Pennsylvania. We'll run some last numbers before we close tonight and give you some information on how to get, and keep up with the election results through FYN. Let's take a little break. BKP, it's election night, FYN. FYN election night. Lee, can you go live with me just a minute? All right, hold on. Put up the Lee Snover, Pennsylvania, our live update. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, folks, Lee Snover calling in from Northampton, Pennsylvania. You talked to us about an hour and a half ago. We're looking at numbers in Pennsylvania. Can you translate what we are seeing down here in Georgia?
Okay, so what's going on in Pennsylvania is, again, I told you that I got a call tonight that Trump Pence is going to come down to Northampton County. We got people at the courthouse. They are running ballots through machines, counting the ballots, the mail-in ballots. It's a complete inverse. All the Republicans voted at the polls. All the Democrats voted mail-in ballot. So we just have to see who pulled off the higher turnout. Here's what's going on, though. A lot of counties in Pennsylvania shut down, okay? Up in the Northeast and Wilkes-Barre, that area, they closed at 10 o'clock. They decided to stop counting ballots. They just went on home. So that's a problem. So I don't think Pennsylvania will be called tonight because so many counties decided not to count ballots tonight. Yes, that makes me very suspicious. I don't like that. But the way it works in Pennsylvania, each county does their own thing. So I don't think they'll call Pennsylvania tonight. I think it's impossible to call it tonight. Our county is going to be counting in through the day tomorrow. But it's tough right now. If you go on the Northampton County election results, it's like 50-50. It's right down the middle for Biden and Trump. So it's a tough night here in Pennsylvania. We'll pull it off. It's going to take a while, and there will be lawsuits. I'll tell you why. Big-time lawsuits. People are running to court all day in Pennsylvania today. So they had a bunch of ballots that were disqualified. The people didn't fill them out right, didn't send them in right, wrote on them. And, of course, the Democrats were trying to get them counted. Trump campaign's trying to get them thrown out, and that lawsuit will still be going. Also, on Election Day, a lot of Republicans had to vote on what they call a provisional ballot. They never received their mail-in ballot. They got to the polls, and they wouldn't let them vote on the machine. They had to fill out a special provisional ballot. All of those have to be counted. They won't be counted tonight. So I think Pennsylvania is going to take a few days. Did y'all get that?
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, that was pretty good. Trying to dig into that a little deeper, what are we seeing nationally when we see Trump up 55? And, you've got what?
I'll tell you what you're seeing nationally. You're seeing the turnout from today, from at the polls. Okay, so what happened at the polls is Republicans blew it away. I mean, blew their doors off, bigger than 16. But they didn't start counting the mail-in ballots till this morning. And, those are a big number of mail-in ballots. I'll give you an example. In Northampton County, 60,000 mail-in ballots came in. They have to be counted. They have to be opened, flattened, checked, run through a machine. So what you're seeing, why Trump is ahead is because those are at the poll numbers and the mail-in ballots are coming in later.
All right. Did you have something, Rick?
Texas Trump.
So Trump was just called in Texas. All right, listen, so just to recap, no one's calling Pennsylvania tonight. That's pretty much.
I can't see it possible because so many counties shut down. So many counties just locked up and went home. Now, I could see them maybe they went home at midnight or 2 in the morning, but going home at 10, I think that's it makes me a little suspicious. I'm concerned with that. I don't think counties should be shutting their doors at 10 o'clock. I mean, everybody's still live on the air. People are still working. Everybody's up. They should be counting ballots. So that makes me a little suspicious and a little concerned.
How are the numbers coming out of Philadelphia for Trump and out in the western part of the state?
I haven't gotten a specific update on how those are coming, except what I told you earlier on the phone is I'm hearing that Philly was slow.
And the western part of the state, anything out there? Because
I haven't heard, except I know they were amped. I mean, they were amped in energy, but I don't know how it resonated. I don't know what's in yet. What they say in Pennsylvania is the cities come in first and the rurals come in last.
What's the feeling? I mean, obviously we're going to be going.
I'll tell you what. People are nervous, and the reason they're nervous because in 2016 we did not have mail-in ballot. So in 2016. When the election night was over, I could look at each precinct of who came out that day, and I knew if I won or not. But now we don't know. You can look at who came out today, but that don't tell you anything because you got these mail-in ballots down in the courthouse, which you just can't get a feel on how they're going. You know what I'm saying? You can't get a read. It's really hard. But one thing you don't want to assume, so there's 60,000 mail-in ballots, and people say, well, those are all Democrat. Don't kid yourself. Not all Democrats are voting for Biden in Pennsylvania. So you got to remember that. I mean, you know, I keep hearing Fox and other networks saying, well, there's 60,000 Democrat ballots. That doesn't mean they're all for Joe Biden. We have Democrats for Trump here.
All right, so it's going to be a long night. I have to come back on the air at 8 a.m. I'll probably be texting you to get another update then.
Okay, so what happened down in your way? Did they call Georgia?
No, we have not called Georgia yet. It has not been called for Trump. We don't know exactly why. Collins has conceded to Loeffler. So Collins did lose tonight. Again, Georgia has not been called.
We have a water main break in
And
our
we
biggest
have,
county.
we're understanding there's a water main break in Forsyth County, Fulton County there in Atlanta, so we might not get our results tonight, so.
Yeah, we did hear they extended the polls there. They kept the polls open later.
So anyhow, we may not get Georgia called tonight, but we feel good it's going to be for Trump. What do you think in North Carolina? Lonnie, you need to quit doing that. What do you think in North Carolina and I mean, what do you think? You hearing anything in North Carolina, Michigan, and Wisconsin?
No, I haven't heard anything except North Carolina is razor thin that they can't call it. And Trump is up in Michigan and Wisconsin, but we haven't heard anything else. Real disappointed in Arizona. Real disappointed in Arizona. To me, when I think Arizona, I think red, I think Republican. Something's wrong with that. I don't know what. They say the seniors turned on Trump. I don't know. That's a big senior state, but I'm very shocked about Arizona. That's a shocker for me. If there's a shocker tonight, it's Arizona.
All right, thank you for keeping us up. We're off the air here at midnight. We appreciate you very much and all the work you've done, okay?
All right, see you. Have a good one. All right, bye.
Thank you. Folks, it was Lonnie's job to tell me it was time to go home. And so Lonnie did his job, and it's time to go home. Folks, before we go, let me say this. Bruce, thank you. Thank you, Rick, Reese, Joeen. 30 seconds. Any final comment?
The High Wire Act, I think, is going to go into tomorrow or the next day.
Rick?
We can throw Texas on
Put
there.
up the main board there.
And we can throw probably Wisconsin on there. He's way at 71% of the vote in, and he's up by 5%.
No, the big one. We'll look at this before we close there. Yeah, let's go to Texas. They've called Texas. That's 205.
Bill Hemmer on Fox is saying Wisconsin and Michigan looking very, very good for Trump at this point.
All right, let's put them up just for right now. Michigan and Wisconsin, that'd be 231, right?
Who?
And we
gotta
just
have PA, North Carolina, and Georgia's what it would be saying all night. That's 3 of the 5 that he's got to have, and we've already lost 1.
And remember, we just had a report from PA, and we're not hearing that tonight.
Nope, we're not hearing Georgia
and there's going to be lawsuits on that.
How about Iowa now?
North Carolina. What about Iowa? Iowa's still leaning Trump.
He's pulling away more.
North Carolina, Iowa will be in there. North Carolina, I think he's going to stay in there. And
That hasn't changed since the last time.
North Carolina hasn't changed?
No, sir.
And Ohio, have they called?
Iowa's called.
Oh, we have it on our big board. Okay. Michigan and Wisconsin's looking very good. So let's go back to our big board for a close. Let's go ahead and say gets Georgia. Let's go ahead and say gets North Carolina.
Let's give Alaska too, shall we?
And let's go ahead with Alaska.
Whoa.
If those come in like we think, it's 265.
Iowa?
And let's give him Iowa.
Yes.
Okay. We'll leave with that, right? Hey, Joeen, Reese, you guys, you can catch them on the All-Star Political Panel every Friday morning. I'm on every day, BKP Politics on FYNTV.com every morning at 8 a.m., 8 to 10. You have something else?
David, Circuit World, thank you so much.
Yes. We were actually Michael Malden, Emily Nicholson, it's getting late, Natalie Kissel, Lauren Saller, Tiffany Morgan, And David here at Circuit World in East LJ. And folks, we just want to remind you, everything you see is for sale. The couches could go today. These big screen TVs. We came in here yesterday or 2 days ago, and they put all this together for us. The TVs, the monitors, everything.
And the couch is very comfortable.
Congratulations to Senator Loeffler. We hope congratulations are in order later for Senator Perdue. And we thank everybody that called in, Vernon Jones, House Speaker David Ralston, Andrew Clyde, and Lee up in Pennsylvania. List goes on. We're out 8 a.m. in the morning, and keep following us on social media. We'll keep putting stuff up, all right?